Welcome to the whoop-de wop.
Drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words
Whoop-de-wop
to remind everybody
is
Oh
we
my
don't owe
God.
white people. We do not owe white people
Whoop-de-wop.
shit.
is a place.
I run the risk,
Whoop-de-wop
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know
Yo,
who's your
hand me the whoop-de-wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana thing.
Yo, you got
Yeah,
some
but
money?
do you know what
We're
a
going
Hoosier
to the
is?
whoop-de-wop.
I actually don't.
Okay,
Yo,
got
we
something to do
get
with me.
throw some cool
And
whoop-de-wops.
from a Hoosier, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen. And
Well, I
walk
do
down
know
to
at one
Cumstone,
point
go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
clan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
Good afternoon, everybody. I guess this is a pop-up show. I should actually put that in the title. I guess I will in a minute. I want to finish up with some videos that I started yesterday concerning, centered around the loneliness of the Black Republican, and one couple other, things that are, I guess this has bled over into Black History Month. I meant to do all of this yesterday, so wouldn't be bothered with being cliche, but it is what it is. So we're gonna pick up where we left off yesterday with Michael Steele and Leah Rigueur. Leah Rigueur is a political science professor at Johns Hopkins. Is the last place I remember her saying she taught. So let's pick up with that. And I have posted the link. If anybody wants to come up, feel free to do it. Everybody make sure you hit the like button as and if you file in. And if you happen to catch this on a replay, please make sure that you subscribe to the channel if you're new. Check us out. We may be your cup of tea. We may not be. But time will tell. So let's pick this up. And I let's see. This is called a litmus test. I think I'll just start right at the beginning of this particular segment.
To be different because there's a litmus test for getting support from the Republican Party, and that current litmus test is that you have to be an acolyte or essentially a sycophant for Donald Trump. And I think that is it's both terrible, but it's also the Republican Party doing business as usual, meaning that they are not going to invest in candidates that run the risk of incurring the wrath of the current standard bearer of the party. And like it or not, Donald Trump is the current standard bearer of the party. He is the leader of the party right now, indictments and all. And you know that he's the leader because all of the front runners or not all the front runners, all of the people in the Republican Party right now who have platforms, who even those who are running for president, essentially are just echoing Donald Trump's talking points. Right. And we can get into like what those talking points are, where they come from or what have you. But there is no reward, at least within the Republican Party, for criticizing the current standard bearer of the party. And we kind of saw this a few months ago when there was this kind of really short movement, kind of fizzled out, to say, well, hey, guys, maybe having a candidate who is indicted, who lost, who is in all this kind of political muck and really did cause us a lot of problems. Maybe he's not the best person. And the backlash to that was overwhelming, right? The base was like, no, this is who we've chosen and you need to respect that. And so I think, Republicans have learned, and Black Republicans in particular have learned, there is no reward to charting your own path independent of the party flag bearer. So now we've seen a couple of people who have tried to navigate around Trump, right? Sidestep him in their attempt, but it's somewhat of a kind of it's a delicate balance. The person I would be watching right now is Tim Scott, who is running for president and has been one of those people who's been trying to sidestep or basically just not acknowledge that Trump exists. And
well, we know how that turned out.
eventually it's going to come to a head. He's going to have to address it head on, and how he addresses it is going to be critical. Now, here's the thing, though. Trump is not someone who is going to bring new Black people into the party.
Right.
He's absolutely not. The Black people who are in the party right now, the Black people who are voting for the party, are just Black Republicans coming home, right? In the aftermath of Barack Obama. It's the mean resetting itself and going back to quote unquote normal.
Right.
So Trump, if anything, tends to drive away, right?
Well, this is actually an interesting and untrue prognostication, as it turns out. Trump did bring a certain type of MAGA Black into the party, and most of them tended to be Black male, and uneducated, and rappers. So the other interesting thing is that a lot of the Latino voters that went for Trump in 2024 are now like they've kind of abandoned him. You know, the I will vote for Donald Trump. A lot of them are regretting it.
New expansion, any kind of like, and here's the crazy part, Michael, you know this. Republican strategists know this. They know that Donald Trump is not going to get 50% of the Black vote, as he claimed on more than one occasion. Oh, I think he claimed 95% at one point. And in order to do that, right, to see that kind of transformational flip that we saw in 64 and 36, two things would need to happen, and they would need to happen simultaneously. The Democratic Party would have to have an utter collapse. Collapse.
Yeah.
It would have to be an implosion, right? Which is not out of the realm of possibility.
It's not out of the realm of possibility, but they've taken on and become much more the party of and for democracy, which gives them a new platform on which it moves them off of some of the policy matters that could create that separation for some Black people.
And the second thing the Republican Party would have to do is they would have to institute a series of policy changes that directly affect the material and lived conditions of Black people. Black people would have to feel it positively. So you take those two things.
You put those two together, because that's perfect. You're going exactly where I want to go next. We have to take a quick break though, but this is the perfect setup for Ralph Bunche.
Yes.
And not just Ralph Bunche, but also Black conservative or militant Black republicanism, of which I claim myself, and Jackie Robinson. So we're gonna dive into that in a moment, but we're gonna take a quick break. I told y'all this would be a great conversation. I don't know about y'all. I don't think I have enough coffee in this cup to get through this. It's so good.
Enough tea.
And there you go. I got the popcorn over here. I got the coffee over there. We are set, having a wonderful conversation with Lee Wright Rigueur, right?
Lee Wright Rigueur. There you go.
I got it right. I know a little bit of my French. Anyway, but we're gonna return in a moment and talk a little bit more about the loneliness of the Black Republican right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to Michael Steele Podcast. Like I said, we're having a great conversation with Lee Wright Rigueur, who is the author of The Loneliness of Black Republican, Pragmatic Politics in the Pursuit of Power. Lee, before we went to break, we were talking about, and you made a very important and critical point on two things that would have to happen in national politics to cataclysmically upset and change the paradigm that we currently have. relative to blacks in the Republican Party. One being democratic implosion, complete implosion, where both policy and otherwise they become irrelevant to black voters. And two, Republicans would have to affirmatively put forward efforts and policies that directly impact pragmatically the economic interests of African Americans in the country, which leads me to a couple of very interesting and fascinating points in history. In a great conversation you had with Ezra Klein, you brought up, and he brought up, and you got into the conversation around how the Republican Party began to move off of some of those key things that were of interest to Black folks. And there was this effort put in place by Ralph Bunche, who was invited to come in and help them. Where have we heard that before? Can we find a Black man to help us get this right? And so they get Ralph, and Ralph said, all right, I'm happy to come in and put together an effort here about how the New Deal has failed the Black community, and how Republicans can further attract what was then the beginnings of the losing of that Black vote. As you rightly noted, it began in 36. The party took note of it and wanted to do something about it. And one of the things he noted, that the Republican Party should go further into its policies, no longer relying on the spirit of Lincoln, and the well-worn, even at that point in time, well, Lincoln freed the slaves. Where have we heard that before, right? Excuse me. But the critical thing was, he wanted to argue and wanted the party to argue publicly that, more effectively on health care, calls for universal health care, more effective on Social Security relief, finance, agriculture, labor. In other words, putting the party in space one-on-one up against the New Deal, right? And sort of expanding on some of those policies. But here was his caveat: happy to do it if, and only if, not only that you take this, but that you publicly release the whole thing. That this report that I'm going to do, put it out in public in the main. Don't cherry pick. Well, what did the party decide to do? Yeah, we'll do that, sure. He does the report. It is a BAFO effort. He lays out exactly what should have been laid out, and would effectively begin to rebuff and reposition the party relative to the New Deal. And the party said, you know what? We just want to put out part of it. We don't want to put out the whole thing. We just want to put out the part that basically attacks the New Deal. And he said, no, you published the entire report or nothing at all. When I read that part of your interview with Ezra, I could not help but think about my own internal battles with the party, which is why I at times just took the radical side road and said, started talking about hip hop republicanism, started talking about, started wearing.
That's the route you took.
Because my point was, all right, you guys don't want to do the messaging the way I want you to do. I'm going to do the messaging myself, right? And Bunche, unfortunately, wasn't in that position where he could push the issue. But then you saw in 2012, Reince Priebus coming on the heels of the loss in 2012, trying to reset the party, comes up with the autopsy. Everybody's, oh, yes, it's great. We're going to do all these things to get Hispanics and Blacks in the party, particularly Hispanics, because that's the future. And then by 2020, 16, they nominate a guy who says that Hispanics are largely murderers and rapists, and we're going to build a wall to keep them out. What does that say when you look at these two tales of the party saying, hey, we need help. Could you come and help us reach this new America that's emerging in front of us, whether it's post-New Deal or post or pre-growth in Hispanic vote? And then the party goes, second thought, thank you for the report, but no thank you.
So a couple of things. First, the one constant over this, 100-year period is that the Republican Party has had the blueprint the entire time. It's not a secret. They keep coming back to it. They hire outside consultants. They pay them oodles of money. The consultants tell them the same thing that Ralph Bunche told them in 1936, again in 1939, and 1941. It's the same thing. It's the same thing every single time. So the response tends to be the same thing too, which is that the Republican Party reads the reports or they listen to the consultants and they say, you know what? This is brilliant. This makes sense. Absolutely. They crunch the numbers.
Yes.
And then they say, actually, no. And I think the big thing is that, and sometimes consultants are very open about this, which is that they are afraid of losing that which makes up their base demographic. They are afraid, right? And there are a couple, particularly in the 1970s.
Well, what are they afraid of, Lee? I mean, what is there? If your goal is to expand the party and you're looking at the national demographics, whether it's 1936, 1976, or 2006, or what will be 2026, and certainly as we know by 2046, the country's going to be majority Hispanic and Black, right? And the party's going to be sitting on the sidelines with its thumb up its ass trying to figure out how that happened. And the reality of it is, in 1936, as you said, in 36, 38, 41, 2012, you got a lot of paper telling you the future is now. It's here, it's coming. They ain't got to wait for it, it's here. These are the things you should do. Why is there such a reliance on white male Southern voters, which is a dying demographic politically? Not necessarily, I'm not saying white men are dying, but in terms of their share of the vote, they're being outpaced by other demographics that the party doesn't want to lean and get in front of that, but instead think that their future rests with these Southern white men. Donald Trump talking about make America great again, harking back to a white America of the 1950s that he grew up in, which is bullshit. It was just as bad for white folks in Appalachia as it was for Black folks in Mississippi in terms of the economic impact, which is the emphasis of his narrative. So what is it? What are we missing inside the party that makes them think that, oh, our future is still with white men?
Whiteness is currency. Whiteness is money.
Sister laid it out. Never mind. Let me go back to drinking.
And it's interesting because the Republican Party has repeatedly, I think, attacked the Democratic Party for over-reliance on identity politics.
Oh, they do it all the time.
They do it all the time without actually acknowledging that they themselves rely heavily on identity politics, right? That there is a constant, and I think this is what people don't realize, is that behind the scenes, people are very open about the fact that they want to recruit white people. Phyllis Schlafly, who died a couple years ago, died right before Trump was elected in 2016, so never got to see it come to fruition, said in 2012, like, our problem is not, getting a bigger tent, it's getting more white people to vote. And she was like, that's who we should care about. Like, we care about power. We care about white people. Like, what she said is she said the ugly parts out loud.
Yep.
And
now the party's acting on those ugly parts.
Well, I think the party thought for a long time it could play footsie with it, and it would be enough to retain power, and that they could play footsie with it while denying it publicly. Right. What's different about Trump is Trump came forward and was like, no, you can say the quiet parts out loud. It's okay, and was rewarded for it. Right. The second that he said,
Yeah, Trump has been the Malcolm X for racism, for racists in America. And unfortunately, he's got a lot more power than Malcolm X did.
Mexico is sending their worst. They're selling drug dealers, rapists, all of these things. That should have disqualified him from even being in the running. But the fact that the base ate it up and elevated him to the #1 candidate in the primaries should have been not just a warning sign, that should have been a neon billboard in Times Square, right? Being like,
But here's the rub. It was. And Lindsey Graham, Marco Rubio, Jeb Bush, all of these folks said, time out. Y'all don't want to do this. This is not where we need to go. This is not republicanism. This man is not a conservative. He is not ideologically linked.
Well, that's when they were basically liberals or classical liberals, whatever you want to call them. But now they've bought into the autocracy.
To anything inside of our party politically, he is a
And one of the more interesting things is this says this was 2 years ago. So I don't know. I think that for some reason, I think this is actually older than 2 years, but if it says 2 years, it's 2 years. But it's kind of interesting. This has kind of a history of its own. Some of the stuff that they've gotten wrong, or gotten right, but I think that these two had no clue how awful Trump was going to be.
And true Democrat, and he's not even a good one. And at the end of the day, this is not the direction we want to go. And then these MFers, in a heartbeat, flip the script. Was that because of that, to the point you just made, that base suddenly going, oh shit, we can be racist in person, out loud. We can embrace our whiteness in a way that we felt we could not before.
So the one thing that I want to point out is that these are two actual Republicans talking, but back in the day, Republicans were actually, capital L liberals. They just, lean more to the right. What we have in MAGA is not classical liberalism. It is populism. And the problem with populism is it always fizzles out. It's kind of like, I don't know how many people have wood stoves or fireplaces, but if you're familiar with tulip poplar, it's the kind of wood you start with, and then you pile the oak or the hardwoods on top of it because it burns real hot, but it also burns real fast. And that's what MAGA is. It's the tulip poplar of American politics. It's going to go away. When Donald Trump goes away, MAGA goes with him.
Really was never part of what republicanism espoused, was this idea of being white first. You see what I'm saying?
They saw the writing on the wall.
They saw the writing.
And I think what is, one of the clearest indications of this is, we nearly had immigration reform, right? In
2006, correct.
Right. And it failed, but I would say the majority of people in Congress supported it. It is now an anathema to support immigration, right? You can be ousted from the party from this. And I would say one of the things to point out is that even as political leaders supported immigration reform, the base consistently since 2008, 2007 has not supported a pathway to immigration, right? A permanent pathway to immigration. So
Okay, but to MAGA's credit, they basically are driven by their base. That's the populism piece, though it's actually an autocratic, oligarchical sort of thing. I don't know, and I wish they explored this, but you're supposed to be representative of your base. Um, and that's why I often say that really it's not the politicians that are the biggest problem in American politics. It's the people who vote them into office. Um, and MAGA is the perfect example of that. You know, there are people like Marco Rubio that, you know, if you want to retain power, you've got to appeal to the lowest common denominator. And, you know, that's basically what MAGA is. It's appealing to the lowest common denominator. What's up, Sin? How you doing?
say that's a long-winded way of saying that the base has enormous amount of power. And what happened with Trump is that he was the match, right? They were the kindling. They've been looking for a match for a very long time.
Yep.
Political elites in the Republican Party had been unwilling or unable to do that. And so I think you see people like Lindsey Graham, Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz, right? Who were, you know, were deeply entrenched within conservatism. Look.
Oh, by the way, you know how much, especially in the Senate. Now, I don't know this, but I hear tell through the press and you know, the more, you know, magazine long form storytelling, the people shit talk Trump all the time, especially in the Senate. So that is the problem with our politicians. Sometimes, especially in the Senate, where they have longer terms and it's by design, you know, the longer terms for the Senate is supposed to make them less immune to to the whims of any political base. And there's a pithy term for it, but I can't think of it, that probably Madison or somebody like that used. The other interesting thing, and I'm sure a lot of people know this, is that the Constitution is not necessarily a democratic instrument. It was kind of forced upon the framers of the Constitution during the Jackson era. You know, it was an elite enterprise, and Andrew Jackson basically, you know, made popular or democracy more possible. The problem is the majority population were awful people, much like 2026. And, you know, it's just how it goes. And by the way, I don't think, you know, Republicans are a minority, but not by much in America. However, the Constitution is anti-majoritarian in a lot of ways. So, you know, it's basically, the Constitution is basically set up for a minority to rule. If you look at the history of it, you know, it's telling.
Looking and saying there is no other way.
Yeah.
Right? This is, and I always tell people to pay attention to the loyalty component of polling, right? Because beginning in roughly August 2015, right, you look at the loyalty numbers of the different candidates, and Trump never dropped below 90%.
Nope.
Right? it meant that even that moment where like Ben Carson overtook him in the polls, right? It was like a hot second in November 2015. That wasn't real, right? Ben Carson's loyalty component was like 27%, meaning people were like, I don't really know if I'm going to support him, but for now I will.
Right.
Trump's base was like, we are with him. We are with him to the end.
Why that's important in the context of what we're seeing playing out right now as Republicans stand on a stage to debate the man who's not even going to be there because he doesn't give a shit about the process and has made it very clear, not only will I not sign a pledge, I'm not even going to show up now. He's already said yesterday, I don't see a need to do any debates with any of these people.
Mm-hmm.
That touches to the core of what you just said. It explains, you have now given me the final piece of this, which I always thought was there, but now I connect the dot. When I saw the focus group and I talk about this a lot on the podcast, so people have heard me say it before, in explaining Trumpism and why I think the press and the political class still get it so wrong is for what because of what you just said. In trying to understand it, you need to understand that, oh yeah, we'll dance and dally all over the place. We'll look, even right now, people talk about, oh yeah, we need somebody else. I think we're kind of past Trump. We're done with Trump, but those bitches ain't going nowhere. They are loyal to him.
Mm-hmm.
They are loyal to him like a hoe to a pimp.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about as street as it gets. At the
Oh
end
my
of the
Lord.
day, you can whip it, flip it, smack it down. The reality of it is I'm going right back. And that explains the white female mother of two divorced from New Hampshire, who in 2016 in a focus group in October of that year was asked, why are you supporting Donald Trump? And she said, and I quote, because he's just like me.
Mm-hmm. And
Boom.
I think he
it
says
right
that,
there.
right? Which is interesting because Trump is, I mean, he's new money rich, but he is.
Oh, nice.
He
I like
is
that.
elite, but not elite in the way that these other elites are. And he understands, like, he does something when he's on stage that I think a lot of people just completely miss and they misread, which is he says, I'm like you. I hear you.
Yes.
Right? I hear what you are saying to me.
Yes.
That is identity politics.
It's total identity politics.
I think about an interview I saw right after the 2016 election. It was a woman. I think it was in the Washington Post. It was a series of interviews, and it was women, men, all of this stuff. And time after time, when they said, what lost you? When did you decide that Barack Obama was, something, and then you started looking at a person like Trump? They said Trayvon Martin.
Mm-hmm.
Trayvon Martin. And when Barack Obama said Trayvon could have been my son, and they said when they heard that, they knew Obama wasn't for them.
Mm-hmm.
So when Trump says, I hear you, I see you, I love you, I am like you, he's not saying like, oh, I see the general populace, right? His audience is all white, except for the paid black people that
he
stand
says,
behind
I see
him,
your whiteness.
right?
I see your whiteness.
I hear your complaints.
Yep.
Your complaints are valid.
And Obama translated it to, when he said Trayvon Martin could have been his son, that was to the exclusion of your whiteness, because
Correct.
My son is white, so you couldn't see my son. You wouldn't see my son.
Mm-hmm.
What they missed, what those bastards missed, was what he was saying was, I see a young man who could have been my son. He wasn't focusing on his race so much as he was focusing on what's happening across. I mean, because they're white kids. I mean, what about the equivalent age white child who's dying from drugs or from fentanyl or
what about Obama crying at Newtown?
Thank you. Thank you. He cried for their children, and yet they didn't see that. What they fixated on was his embrace of the death of a young black kid. And so, well, that's to the exclusion of us. So that leads me to this. The one thing I've been noted for in my positive, my political journey and my evolution over the years is philosophically how I come down. As I tell people, I'm more like Malcolm X than Martin Luther King. In fact, J.C. Watts loves to refer to me as Malcolm X in that radical sense. But it was really kind of brought home for me by Jackie Robinson. Because Jackie Robinson, I think people don't appreciate what he was trying to tell the Republican Party back in the day in 1966 and beyond. They got lost in the fact that here was this very prominent African American who was claiming republicanism, and that's all that mattered. But what they missed was this baseball icon saying this, quote, "I am not what is known as a good Republican. All right. I am certainly not a safe Republican. I am weary of the black man going hat in hand, shoulders hunched, and knee pads worn to Uncle Tom, to the enemies of our progress." And it said a lot to, that's my philosophical orientation. That's where I come down. I am not a good Republican, and I am damn sure not a safe one. And the party knows it firsthand, which is why they respond to me generally the way they do, right? But what I try to do is hold the mirror up and say, nor should you be, right? Because our radicalism is born out of the roots of how the party was formed and why it was formed and for whom it was formed, in essence. So it really speaks a lot to me about the party's approach to race. And how these pieces come about. You make note of that in your piece on Jackie Robinson, and I really commend people read it. It's titled Jackie Robinson, Militant Black Republican. Talk to me a little bit about, as you know, quote, "Conservatives have tried to claim the political legacy of Robinson without acknowledging his actual complicated militant politics," of which I identify. How does that translate in the face of pseudo-Republicans like Candace Owens, who, you know, we have her on tape at a hearing in 2018, 19, declaring she was a Democrat, but never mind that. Grift is a grift. And Byron Donalds of Florida, who is all in on Trump, and sort of doing the, look at me branding of Trumpism. How do you see these polar opposite positions in light of today's party?
Jackie Robinson was willing to risk it all. I mean, he walked away from the Republican Party. He walked away from his former friend. When Richard Nixon got the nomination, he was like, absolutely not. This is a person who had campaigned, had done something insane. It's like over 50 stops in like 40 days during the 1960 campaign, who had begged Nixon to do something about getting King out of jail when he was jailed in the midst of the 1960 presidential campaign. He was like, Richard Nixon is a racist. He's not my friend. And the Republican Party has gone off the deep end. They have gone off the deep end. He went on live TV in 1964 during the 1964 convention and was like, Barry Goldwater is Hitler. I feel like this is Hitler, like this is Nazi Germany all over again. And I will be president of Republicans for Johnson, right? I will help the opposition get elected, because that's how strongly I feel about this strain of pseudo-conservatism that is now in the party. It is the pseudo-conservatism of racism, of bigotry, of xenophobia. And I think his willingness to do that, his willingness to, quoting in his own words, be a thorn in the flesh of the Republican Party and the thorn in the flesh of the GOP, was something that is atypical now. Particularly because what happens when it's not necessarily novel to Jackie Robinson, but roughly around that time, because it's such a polarizing moment, right? With the nomination of Senator Barry Goldwater as the Republican nominee, we begin to see I think an explosion in kind of Black Republican opportunism. People who realize that if they endorse, right, this kind of vile form of conservatism, who are willing to denounce Black people, to engage in shenanigans on behalf of the Republican Party that disempower and disenfranchise Black people, that they will be rewarded for it. They'll either be rewarded with it in terms of influence, they'll be rewarded for it in terms of prominence, they'll be rewarded with it with access to, you know, political players and power players. And that has only been exacerbated with the advent of technology and new kinds of technology. And so we have all these articles that come out in the 1980s about the rise of the new Black conservatives, right? And we also have, there's a wonderful study by Corey Fields around that's based on data from 2016 roughly, that shows that Black Republicans who speak honestly about their detachment from the party or critique the party are punished, right? And they don't have the kind of platforms that people who uncritically echo whatever the party platform is, right? Whatever the party leaders say, the kind of rewards that they get. And so what I see is the explosion in kind of an opportunistic Black Republicanism that has been only increased by the development of new kinds of technologies, including social media. So we don't have, right, the people, you know, Michael, I'm taking you out of this conversation, but the people who are willing to, I think, do the kind of work that Jackie Robinson was willing to do in 1964 through his death. I think what we have is an increase in kind of transactional Black Republicanism, particularly for people who are trying to think about, how do I attain power? Right? Now, do I think any of these people are powerful? I think Clarence Thomas is powerful.
Yes.
But amongst, I think, the bit players, right, like particularly these new players, not necessarily powerful, but certainly they are influential, right?
But who are they influencing? Right. They're not influencing. Jackie Robinson could command the attention of the Black community, right? So
they're certainly not influencing Black people.
Right. So because my take inside the GOP has been, which is, again, going back to some of the issues that I've had inside the party, you know, for example, you know, I tell the story of the day I was elected. A member of the committee greeted me with a nice big hug and a smile and said, now Blacks will join the Republican Party. And my response was, I'm not a Pied Piper.
Right.
Black folks are going to wake up tomorrow morning and go, oh, you got a Black man who's going, you know, now we'll join the party. But that's the kind of they want someone to feed that particular narrative.
But see, that comment in and of itself, while unintentional, I'm sure, but that's literally why Black people won't join the Republican Party. They literally think at a racial level. Okay, we got our token, so that you're our bait. All the other Blacks will come flooding in, you know, like what, cockroaches? I don't know what kind of thinking that is, but that's how some of that's how some people, I imagine, would be Donald Trump or, you know, someone of that intellectual capability would think, you know, he's a good one.
that they think actually works. Right. That if we, you know, the whole thing with Byron Donalds being this next speaker of the Republican House was total bullshit. It was never going to happen. Right. Yet he allows himself to be put up in that form, knowing it wasn't going to happen, to be used that way, and having it end with the image of him being patted on the head by a white member of the Republican Party when the effort failed. you sit there and you scratch your head and you go, well, who are you doing this for?
Right.
Who and I guess to your
There's
point about the
absolutely no one, right? Amongst all of these people, there's no one that powerful or influential as to influence a massive shift, right? A transformational shift
right.
amongst Black voters. What they do have the ability to do is, I think, influence the inner workings of the Republican Party, provided that they stay within the boundaries of what the party, flag bearer wants.
And there you are.
And there you are,
was
right?
not something I was really good at.
There is, there's somebody like Clarence Thomas is powerful because he sits on the most powerful court in the land.
Yeah.
Right. And because over the course of the last few years, the balance of the court has transformed. So now he has the ability to be a power broker. Hence all of these, it's now all coming out, but all of these Republican lobbyists.
Hey, Shiesty, I'm actually glad you're here. I listened to a little bit of Taz's show today. What the fuck is wrong? What? Why do people not understand that? I don't even think federal charges should have even been brought. I'm not real familiar with, the timeline, but it's a local church in a local event. Why federal charges are brought, I don't know. But I honestly think, well, let me put it to you this way. Don Lemon was released on his own recognizance, no travel restrictions, at least internally, internal to the country. That's how serious these charges are. There's if it gets reviewed by a grand jury, I'm actually going to be surprised if a grand jury even you know and maybe they've already done it. Maybe the grand jury's already met, but I don't see this going anywhere. If anything, it should have been like local. It's a local matter. Feds getting involved. It's just grandstanding. Um, yeah, I guess you're right. For some reason, I thought he was actually smarter than that. It's literally, I mean, I understand why some of these black so-called black males on YouTube, I mean, they're extremely homophobic. And, I'm willing, well, number one, if Don Lemon's rich. He doesn't live a life like me. He knows what he's doing. And his lawyer is it Abby Lowell or somebody? He's got like a high dollar celebrity lawyer. Don Lemon will be fine. It's just apparently he's never been like in trouble before. He'll walk. And Taz is going like, oh shit, he's cooked. I'm like, what? This motherfucker, dude, they released him on his own recognizance. They just brought him in and took some fingerprints and let him go. That's not, yeah. It's gonna be interesting to see how this turns out, but I've and again, basing it on your own experience with the cops, the feds are basically cops. I don't know about that. But anyway, I think you're probably right. And look, it's just I'm much more willing to let people, especially if they're fucking rich adults. Dude, why even do a show about it? That's what I don't understand. I mean, it's an interesting news item, but why do you need to do a whole show? And look, Taz has his audience. Who am I? I'm just a humble little YouTube content, a niche content producer. But I'm like, I'm not doing a whole fucking show over Don Lemon getting arrested for some cop poppycock unless he I don't, and this thing, this thing in the blackosphere, whatever you call it, where Don Lemon, like who Don Lemon is just taken so personally. Don Lemon does not represent the quote black community any more than Taz does. And I don't understand that mindset. I really never have. I wish somebody could like tell me why people take such umbrage Don Lemon or any of these rich folk getting in trouble. He can afford the lawyers, they'll get him off. He will not do a day in jail, or at least not in at least on federal charges. What's going on, Brooklyn Watson? Hey, don't worry about it, Kimmy. I get quite a few no votes. You can actually unknow. Just click on the no button. It'll clear. But by the way, no's on it. From what I understand, hitting the down thumb. That's actually a positive thing. It's a reaction. So, Shiesty is a man, and you're a woman, Jang. So the two of you belong together. They need to fill a 24. You could do boring stuff like I'm doing. There are things or things you can show. I just happen to find the history in black Republicans who were more like classical Republicans or classical liberals. I happen to find them interesting. These guys, it's not like they're wanted or embraced in the MAGA party.
And donors basically whining and dining him over the last 20 some odd years.
He's a good Republican. He's a safe Republican.
Correct. And he echoes, if anything, he's to the right of of the party line. Like he's with the fringes, right? We certainly know that his wife is with the fringes. Right. But he has the ability to affect policy. He is determining law. And so I say that's why I identify him as an incredibly powerful figure. But in terms of these kind of other things, they're still very much static. They're contained within a box and boundaries and essentially limited by whatever the party needs them to do or to be.
That's
by the way, Shiesty, to be honest, I think actually Taz's point was that they went into a church. That seemed to be, the soft underbelly, the sensitive part of the thing. They interrupted a worship service because I remember him saying something like, well, how would you feel if they barged in on your grandmother, who attending her church service on Sunday? The issue wasn't, your grandma's not an ICE agent. that would literally be my response.
That's where the black celebrity piece also comes into play, where they tap into that and use that, the Kanye West, for example, the Herschel Walkers, as sort of the setup narrative.
Or the world will side eye you.
See, we got one, two. Actually, we've got two that we can put out, right? But what that
I think it's certainly a fast track in politics, right? If you come out tomorrow and you decide, a lot of people have the young woman who ran for office in Maryland and lost. Kim Kulak, I think her name is.
Yeah, classic.
Right, went viral, had the former president endorsing her, raised millions in small, online donations, but couldn't win, right? Didn't even come within the realm of possibility of winning, which is why the various Republican committees were like, we're not going to give her money. We're not going to support her because she has no chance in hell of winning.
Right.
Which is a smart, practical decision. she was very angry about it and spoke very openly about it. But it was also fascinating that the party it's like, we're not going to pay you any mind. So there's a fast track, I think, to getting a lot of attention. And I think she went on to be like, getting various surrogate money and things like that.
Well, Kim, you'll know the ICE agent because he or she will be wearing a poo shiesty. So, sometimes it's hard to tell them apart on cold days, though.
And she will probably begin to make the circuit again come the 2024 election. Certainly, there's a fast track to that. But beyond that, I'm not sure what it affords you, right? Like Diamond and Silk, for example. What does that get you?
It got you Donald Trump standing up at the funeral of which one passed, I forget, and not even remembering her name.
Right, and I even think about, there's a complete study, a very serious study that needs to be done on somebody like Herman Cain. And I think about Herman Cain, who passed away during the pandemic of COVID, and how his death was barely acknowledged. His death and his legacy was barely acknowledged, despite him being an exceptional booster for the Republican Party, particularly in very dark.
Okay, well, the reason Herman Cain's death wasn't highly, carrying a news cycle is because he died of he caught COVID. Doing a big celebration when Donald Trump was trying to minimize COVID, the epidemic and all that. That's why. I honestly think it would have gotten a little bit more celebration in the Republican Party had it not been for the pandemic. So, that's my 2 cents.
Dark times, right? Like he was at a Trump, event where that's allegedly where he caught COVID. It's horrific. And so I just really wonder for many of these people who are thinking about it, like what is the payoff? And I will tell you though, for a lot of these people, including the kind of small time folks, right? Like the people on Twitter who have 100,000 to 1 million followers, who are like doing comedy shows or radio shows. One of the things that we know is that it's great for business.
It's great for business.
It's great for business. You may not have any influence, but you know what? Your rent and your mortgage will be paid at the end of the day.
And it's capstone the way you put it, the transactional Black republicanism that has emerged and replaced the principled narratives of a Jackie Robinson. And so now,
too bad you don't come on panels, Sin. I actually have questions. Not like judgmental questions, but it's kind of interesting to that you say this. Just have a lot of questions. But I'm not gonna press it. It'd be better if you were on the panel.
you have a Jackie Robinson.
Oh, and by the way,
who was-
everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. The panel is open. I guess I should put open panel somewhere, but everyone knows they can come up if they want. So interesting. Savage, I see you have a show tonight. Let's get messy. I guess that's in response to Nightish's comment.
Was trying to course correct the party, and made it very clear what animated his Black republicanism, now being replaced by, sort of the media antics of a Diamond and Silk. And it was Diamond, Anithia Hardaway, who passed away, where Trump is at the funeral praising her and not even remembering meeting her in the Oval Office. but the transaction is all that matters. You can make the claim, Trump, quote, knows me, or guess how much I can raise now if I go out here and do the step and fetch it circuit. Then I'm accepted by a party that really isn't accepting me.
I also think about, when pushed even a little bit, I think on the policy side of things, many of these kind of, whether it be acts or actually genuine, people who are affiliated with the Republican Party or surrogates, it tends to collapse, right? I think of particularly the celebrity side of things.
Yeah.
You have somebody like Kanye West saying, I don't pay attention to policy. Policy is irrelevant. And you're like, so you weren't aware, quote unquote, the Muslim ban? He's like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Right. I have no idea what you're talking about. It's like,
I think about somebody like Ice Cube, who I do think has a valid, a valid proposition when he says things like, I really care about investment in Black communities and things like that. And you say, okay, so can we talk about, like, what do you think of what the Biden administration, like these policies, this policy here, this investment, or, the inflation, the De-inflation Act or something like that. And he'll be like, I don't really pay attention to those details. I just know Biden's not doing it. And, and so I think I think a lot about that. And this, again, is not saying, it's not to say that everyone has to be a Democrat, right? Like, I firmly do not believe with that whole mess, Biden, you're not Black if you don't vote for the Democrats. Absolutely not.
Right.
But what we do know is that there is a superficial understanding of policy and implications, the implications of that policies, and then the impact of those policies on Black lived experiences, and more broadly, like poor and working class experiences, that just is unable to be translated because the whole, to use your term, the whole grift is like hustle and get money.
Yeah, well, no, it's exactly, that's it. Hustle again money. And which is why, and I'm going to close this out with this, because I know I've kept you longer than I promised I would. This has been so good. It's been cathartic for me, I have to tell you, honestly.
Good.
Leah, it's really been cathartic for me in so many levels. But you referenced my friend, my buddy, and I really do consider him that, given the trenches that we've been in together. But I'm very disappointed in the way he's running his presidential campaign, because I know he knows better. And that's Tim Scott. When he tweeted out, I remain concerned about the weaponization of Biden's GOP and its immense power used against political opponents, in referencing the 90 plus indictments of Donald Trump. My response was, stop the BS. Just stop your BS. You know damn well there aren't two different tracks of justice. Did you put classified documents in your bathroom or try to overturn an election? Right. If you did, and this is important, you know where you'd be right now. As a Black Republican, you know damn well where you would be. And not one Republican, not one, would be spouting GOP talking points on your behalf to save your ass. Not one.
And be like, lock him up. Lock him up.
Lock him up. And that's the point that I think a lot of current Black Republicans miss about this party that has gone unchanged since 1936. And go ahead.
I think
you get the last word, obviously.
Tim Scott's going to have to address it at some point, because he's trying to play a game right now where he appeals to the base, which is largely Trump's base,
right,
and tries to defeat a figure like Trump, right? He's casting himself as essentially as another option,
right?
But at some point, he's going to have to address it head on. The problem is, because the base does not like the indictments, because the base feels like they are illegitimate, he has to play into that. And so I think what we see now is him again trying to duck and to dodge. But at some point, you're going to have to stand.
Well, that's an odd way of that's an odd take. Donald Trump is basically using that energy, or used that energy. Look, Donald Trump's base and he are literally like symbiotic. They feed off of each other. And, Trump getting the vaccine, if you remember back in that 2020 or so time frame, Donald Trump caught COVID and he had like all the experimental drugs as one might expect for a president. Um, so he basically was proud, that Operation Warp Speed was a Donald Trump project that he drove and came up with a vaccine. And as soon as Donald Trump, being Donald Trump, of course, wants to take credit for the whole thing, and as president, he would be right to do so. He is the president. But as soon as Candace Owens and some of those rabid MAGA blacks and others, the MAGA base started going, ooh, COVID vaccine, Donald Trump did a 180 because they didn't want to hear that the COVID vaccine actually works and that their president was the titular head of Operation Warp Speed. So my point is that MAGA base and MAGA in chief are basically symbiotic. And the MAGA blacks are the most embarrassing part of the MAGA base, in my opinion. What's up, Lord ADS? How you been? Haven't seen you in a bit. So let's finish this out, and then I have another Leah Wright Rigueur afterwards, where she's speaking at the Bob Dole Center. I didn't even know there was one.
And DeSantis is going to have to do the same thing too.
Yeah.
I don't know that they will actually be able to do it. I don't think they will.
I don't think they will either. And the debate will tell us whether or not they at least began to try. Leah Wright Rigueur, oh my gosh, this has been so much fun for me. And I know
it's been fun.
I apologize to your calendar and whoever you've got is supposed to be on the phone with next or talk to, but thank you for taking time to be on with me and to talk about the loneliness of Black Republicans like myself, who are, I tell people I'm still a Republican. I call myself no longer so much a Lincoln Republican, but a Motel 6 Republican because someone's got to keep the lights on. But it's harder and harder to do. But you've given us a lot to think about, and I appreciate you for it. The book is The Loneliness of the Black Republican, Pragmatic Politics and the Pursuit of Power. It's an award-winning book. I would ask you all to grab a copy and really begin to understand what the dynamics are and what's at play. Follow Leah on Twitter at Leah Rigueur at RIGUEUR.
I know.
So that
the U's hug the E.
What was that?
The U's hug the E. The U's hug the
E. There you go. So follow her there. She's the Associate Professor of History at my alma mater, Johns Hopkins University. Go Blue Jays. And again, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, Michael.
Oh, absolutely. It's a wonderful conversation. And I do very much intend to get you back on because this story ain't over yet.
Oh, no. Oh, we're just getting warmed up.
All right, folks, that does it for this time together. Thanks again for.
All right. Well, really, the intent is to get at least a couple people aware of this particular book, which I actually think anyone who claims to be a Black Republican should read so they can get some shit right. It's going to be hard to read that book and go the party of Lincoln or Lincoln was pro-Black or anything like that. When I hear MAGA blacks start talking like the Republican Party is pro-Black, it makes me shake my head. That's why people don't read history books, especially MAGA blacks, because they know when they read, they might learn something. And learning is like the worst thing. It's like water on the Wicked Witch of the West for these MAGA blacks. And to your point, if you're talking about the hills of North Carolina, if you go up there, you might not want to come back soon. Make sure you go in the late spring and into the summer. Winters are hard up there, but I tell you what, I spent almost 20 years in I was technically 35 miles outside of Appalachia in Northern Virginia, but I could see West Virginia from my backyard, um, up on the mountain. Um, if you're into that sort of stuff, I loved it. Um, I absolutely loved it, but the weather didn't love me so much. Oh, really? You mean Western Virginia? Um, that's where the hollers are. Yeah, Southwest Virginia. Yeah, that all of Southwest Virginia is in Appalachia, and you'll love it even then. I don't know. I'm just kind of a mountain guy, but let's see what else. Spot 'em, got 'em. Who the? I have no clue who these people are, but um, that's cool. Spot 'em, got 'em. Interesting. Yeah, my son hasn't been to St. Helena Island. Um, I'm trying to think. I don't think he's ever been over there. Um, part of it is because it would probably make me cry because St. Helena and that Beaufort, Hilton Head part of the Sea Islands have just changed so much. It's just disgusting. I told the story. My great my great aunt lived on it might have been 2 acres, acre and a half or something like that. But she was right in the marshes. You could walk 5 minutes from her front door and be down for some prime fishing. And I was talking to my father because I hadn't really thought about it all these years. But apparently, white people have bought her property, and it's waterfront property basically. So, you know, problem is times change, things change, and not always for the better. Oh, you're a city girl? My wife was a parrot head, Zhang. I haven't listened to Jimmy Buffett probably in 13 or so years. I've actually been to a Jimmy Buffett concert, believe it or not, at the Nissan Center, it was called in was it Nissan? No, it wasn't Nissan. It's the Jiffy Lube Stadium or whatever it is um up in the DC area. Yeah, I actually really like Jimmy Buffett. It's so damn chill. There were rosters partying with old white people. It was pretty awesome. So I have not seen this video, but the Robert J. Dole Institute of Politics, the University of Kansas, there's a lady who teaches political philosophy. I don't know if she's attached to this thing. I think she's at University of Kansas, but let's see if she shows up. I bet she doesn't, but who knows? She might.
Yes, that's what I was told. I've been staring him down for the past
What's up, Bobby? Oh, let me skip this ahead.
On leave is working on a book.
The volume is low
titled,
on my end. Let me know if it's too low
Black,
in the chat.
Black Men in the White House. Is that correct? Yeah, Black Men in the White House. So without further ado,
Connecticut, grew up in Hartford, Connecticut, and was raised in a really, really unique household. I was raised by a mother who was conservative and a father who was about as far left as you can get, right, without being an actual anarchist. So, and they're still married to this day. But it taught me a lot about kind of how politics works. I also grew up, I mentioned that I'm from Hartford. I grew up in an area where politics functioned very different from national politics. So Hartford, but on a local level, the partisan affiliations, the partisan politics erases. And so all of a sudden, you have issues based on class, you have issues based on neighborhood, you have all of these very different ideas of what it means to be political and apolitical. And so I grew up again with a mother who was conservative and a father who was very, very radical, and seeing them operate in politics and local politics, what it did was it gave me an interest in thinking about things from both from I guess, a bipartisan lens, right? So from a lens, or really a political lens from all sides, but also really thinking about people or individuals or political behavior that goes against the grain. So I've always been interested in ideas that cut against the grain and go against the norm or the particulars of what we know. So in undergraduate, I was a history major. I ended up looking at Mary Church Terrell, the Black Women's Club movement and the Black Women's Club movement, but also looking at her political activism as a Republican suffragette, Black suffragette in the 1890s through the 1930s, but also looking at the way that politics operated within Black communities and Black political behavior based along class and color lines. When I got to graduate school, I was really interested in the Garvey movement, Marcus Garvey in the early 1920s, and looking at the Garvey Must Go movement with mainstream civil rights organizations like the NAACP or the National Urban League, or even some of.
By the way, you folks may not know, she's speaking at the University of Kansas Robert Dole Institute. Robert Dole was leader of the Senate for a large portion of my childhood and teenagehood. He was the World War II veteran who was actually, you know what? Even Democrats, it was back when Republicans and Democrats, they'd have their little dust ups, but they pretty much got along. Back in the days when politics, especially the Senate, was much more clubby, not, you basically since the Clinton era, that's really when politics started getting nasty. Um, so, yeah, Robert Dole, even back in that Reagan era, Reagan and Tip O'Neill, they'd have their differences, but it really wasn't just like so vitriolic, but sign of the times.
These Black socialist movements and how they banded together in a kind of Pan-African sense in order to unite around getting rid of Marcus Garvey because of the threat that he represented. So I've always been interested in these narratives that are outside the norm or outside of the mainstream.
Oh, sorry. You know what? I was muted. I was gonna say that I love Southwest Virginia, at least parts of it, all them hollers and all that sort of stuff. If I can think of it, there's a series of novels you would probably like, Sin. Some of them were turned into movies, and you may have read them or seen the movies. But yeah, um, send me the link, or I'll look it up. What is whose name, Zhang? I said it several times. You mean I need to repeat it? Take a guess. She may say her name at some point.
Of the histories or the politics that we tell ourselves. So when it came time to really think about doing something that could sustain my interest for a book-length project, I originally said, well, I want to do something that melds contemporary politics with history. But I also want to do something that looks at Black politics and Black behavior and Black social life, and really the intersection of these areas. So naturally, I thought, well, you know what? I'm going to write a book on Jesse Jackson and the Rainbow Coalition, because to me, that seemed like something radically different than I had seen other people do. This idea of leverage politics, particularly in the face of, or as a means of pushing the Democratic Party to areas that the Democratic Party wasn't comfortable going. And then somebody wrote that book. So if you're a historian, the worst thing that can happen to you is somebody writes your book as you are writing it. So
Good
thought,
for
okay,
you,
I can
Sin.
write
Yep,
this book.
that's exactly who I'm talking about. I read a few of her novels for some reason. You know, it's kind of chick lit. But yeah, I know who Adriana Trigiani. Yep, that's exactly who I'm talking about. Good catch. I'm impressed.
But I'd come across a document that I couldn't make heads or tails of. So I just kind of put aside and said, I'm not going to deal with this. But I'd been told by an advisor the best kind of history and the best kind of. So this was the start.
Yeah, she's got like three
intrigued
books.
me that was
You know,
something
they're
that
kind of
was
like
framed not just for a
Hallmark.
book, but really for potential.
You know, the books are actually kind of like Hallmark, like Hallmark network type fare. But that big stone gap, you know, you know, it was just interesting to me to read about. Uh, Pebble Fig, and the author saw her name in the phone book and included it in the story. That's interesting.
Actually a career of study. Um, I went big thinking that I wouldn't find very much because weren't Republicans, right, or weren't supposed to be Republicans. But then I also knew that, you know what, the evidence in front of us is telling us something completely different. Um, and so when I went big and I started looking into the archives, I found thousands of documents. At last count, I'm up to about 8.
Participation, involvement in the Republican Party prior to, let's say, about Eisenhower Nixon?
So I think people come into this, and part of the really fascinating part about working on race and politics and partisanship is that everybody comes into this thinking that they know every story is radically different from anything that we had imagined. And that really, through 1964, African Americans in very large numbers, really the narrative that we see is that 1936, Franklin Delano Roosevelt is hot on the heels of the success of the New Deal. African Americans hadn't supported him during the New Deal. They had instead had been stalwart in their support for the Republican Party, the party of Lincoln. But in 1936, because of the advances in particular areas, African Americans overwhelmingly vote for Franklin Delano Roosevelt. One of the things that I discovered, but not the Democratic Party as a party. Now, if we think about it more broadly, this makes sense because why? They're still Southern Democrats, Southern segregationists. And so we see these moments where African Americans are moving in and out of the Republican Party and doing so in very flexible ways. One is the desegregation of the armed forces, right? Truman's desegregation of the armed forces. But also, two, Southern Democrats break off as punishment, right, punishing the Democratic Party for their civil rights stance, break off and form a third party movement, right, the Dixiecrats. And so ultimately what happens is that gives African Americans the room to affiliate much more broadly with the Democratic Party. And yet they still affiliate with the Republican Party at the same. And in particular, this holds true to this day. When African Americans,
Wow, this is
the Democratic Party, back and forth, Richard Nixon
wow.
gave roughly error. So it may have been lower, it may have been slightly higher, it probably was lower. But
This video is bad.
out of the party.
Goldwater, who was a strong proponent of individual rights in the Constitution, and the conservative movement, large chunks of the conservative movement, wind up being on the wrong side of this issue.
So there is, oh man, this is a doozy of a question. So I'll give you a couple of different perspectives. I'll give you the generous perspective and then the more cynical perspective. The generous perspective, and this is one that you actually see African Americans on both sides of the aisle. You see the NAACP, Roy Wilkins, for example, or Ralph Bunche, who is calls himself a political independent at the time, are privately making this argument. But part of what African Americans are saying is that as a collective, they don't have individual rights. They don't have the ability to be treated as individuals because they're still being treated like second class. Have a constitutional, or I have a principal constitutional opposition to these aspects of the 1964 Civil Rights Conserve. The Roosevelt administration says we have to stand for something, which is that Black voters, from a mathematical perspective, is being moved towards white Southern outreach. And so you really do have no business in the Republican Party. So we see the increase in influence in terms of John Birch Society. We see a moment where Barry Goldwater is called upon to disavow the support of the Ku Klux Klan and says, well, I'm not going to disavow any support. And it causes an uproar, and eventually he says, okay, I disavow it. But then is also going into Southern enclaves and going into these Southern areas and saying, look, I'm not going to change your way of life. States' rights is important to me, and therefore, who better than the South to decide what is best for the South? And so for African Americans, that's not just a dog whistle. That's a megaphone saying, this is racism, and you have no place here. So where it really creates this, he has appealed for Democrats. He has appealed for Republicans. He has an appeal for Black voters. He has an appeal for Jewish voters, for Irish voters, for Italian voters. And what ends up happening in '64 is that in a moment where the party is in flux and Barry Goldwater becomes the nominee, Brooke becomes one of the most outspoken people who says, this is pseudo-conservatism. This is not real conservatism. And very loudly denounces and unapologetically denounces Goldwater. And ultimately what happens is when Goldwater loses in a landslide in '64, Brooke wins his reelection bid, again, with these numbers that are really—
Wow, that's interesting.
And it gives him the confidence to run for a Senate seat in 1966 and put into effect what I call progressive conservatism, or this idea that conservatives should have, or John F. Kennedy. Right? So he is up until this point within the party. Right? He's talked about as being Richard Nixon's potential vice presidential run. Have been a very different outcome the Senate. On top of that, he's not just representing the going to be in the Senate since Reconstruction. So I believe the last Black senator leaves, I believe, in 1901. So he's elected in 1960, represents the Congress.
Then Richard Nixon comes around and runs his Southern strategy. And how effective was he at appealing to African Americans?
So good old Tricky Dick, right? So Richard Nixon, in terms of are you looking at 60, 62? Are you looking at 68? Richard has a back and forth relationship with Richard Nixon and is good friends with him. '62, Richard Nixon says, I would have won the 1960 election if I had done a better job reaching out to Black voters. That the Republican Party, if it becomes the party, and this is '62, because if we become the party of Barry Goldwater and we go down that route, we will become an all-white party. We will become the white man's party. By '64, Richard Nixon has struck a deal where he is now saying, I'm going to support Barry Goldwater in the name of party unity, and also hedging his bets that Goldwater is going to lose, and this will put him in line for the presidency later on. And then by '68, we have the emergence of Richard Nixon, who is denouncing the riots that are sweeping the nation in the 1960s, who is denouncing the Kerner Commission report, which is the massive report that comes out in '68 that says that the nation is turning into two separate nations, one black, one white, and equal, and that white supremacy is at the root of unrest. So denouncing that, calling for law and order, making backroom deals with Strom Thurmond, who has crossed the aisle in 1964 to become a Republican, the former Dixiecrat nominee for president in 1948. But making backroom deals and saying, I'll honor whoever you want to appoint to the Supreme Court. I'll put your people in place. And so for African Americans, that is a complete just affront. So we see that Richard Nixon is failing miserably with Black voters very early on in the campaign. Many of whom, including Jackie Robinson, one staunch supporter, who says, if Richard Nixon becomes the party's nominee, I'll quit. I will leave the Republican Party forever. I am done. I will, he says, I won't go so far as to be a Democrat.
He's done with that racist shit.
This is a line in the sand for me. The interesting thing, though,
in a weird twist, though, Ronald Reagan, Richard Nixon actually came up with the idea of the EPA. And I can't remember exactly what he did, but I think it was affirmative action that he was actually a proponent of. So, but this is all in her book. Y'all can read it and become better MAGA blacks. I suspect if you read her book, you become more Republican and less MAGA black. But who knows? I know no one no MAGA black will actually read a book.
Is that Ed Brock is part of this group that decides, I want to work within the Republican Party, and I want to work with Richard Nixon, and he becomes an advisor to Richard Nixon. They have a very tumultuous relationship, including Ed Brooks storming off the plane and quitting as an advisor and saying, I can't talk to that man, and then 2 weeks later coming back. But one of the things that happens is that Richard Nixon, as shrewd as he is, as savvy as he is, realizes that there are multiple ways to talk to audiences. So what we see in 1968 actually isn't a Southern strategy per se, in the sense of a racist segregationist campaign, but more so of a suburban strategy in terms of making these colorblind appeals, some of which have veiled appeals to white, middle-class, suburban, and working-class voters, but also making some appeals to Black voters, particularly the Black middle class. So we see in 1968 all of these ads and interviews that Richard Nixon does for magazines like Ebony and Jet, where he talks about figures like Homer Pitts. There's this wonderful, really wonderful ad about Black capitalism, where Richard Nixon is saying, vote like Homer's life depends on it, support Black capitalism. Support education, and there are a series of advertisements like this. There's a radio ad, Bridges to Human Dignity, where he talks about, again, this idea of Black.
Actually, after this is over, we have roughly 35 minutes left. I see T is starting up a stream at 6. That's unless this audience gets much more lively or somebody comes up to the chat, we'll shut her down, and I may even go over to T's show. if it's interesting, I'll hop up. The title of her show is called Sunday Fun Day, so it may be something I'm interested in. It may not be. Who knows? So there we have it. Man, there is a PBS documentary that I really want to show, but I don't think I've actually gotten a strike once from no, it was NPR that I got the strike from. Um, but I think I've gotten a strike from PBS too. So I may have to figure out how to show this documentary. Uh, but anyway, I'll just save it to a playlist and deal with it at some other point.
Capitalism and pouring money into black or this idea that he can.
Okay. One of the things that I think is important, there were a number of African American.
Oh well, share it. Oops.
Under President Nixon, President Reagan, I think President Ford, President George H.W. Bush. Take a couple of them that you find most interesting and maybe give us some of the highlights about them and how they were selected.
Sure. So one thing I'll point out is Richard Nixon is so the first black cabinet member of any presidential administration is Robert Weaver under Lyndon B. Johnson, appointed Secretary of Housing and Urban Development in 1966. And so after that, once that bar is set, it becomes the norm that the extra jobs or through the economy that they in turn will be able to have whatever you want to call it, the freedom, the luxury to pursue their conservatism or their allegiance with the Republican Party.
Oh, that's interesting. So let's see. Just drop the web link or the web page.
When I think about other cabinet members who are incredibly important,
look,
I definitely think we have to talk about Bill Coleman.
Here's the deal. I'm interested in that sort of thing because Booker T. Washington was from West Virginia. And he basically, believe this or not, he could read. So he had like something like a part-time job or something like that, reading newspapers to some of the black coal miners and other older or elder blacks who couldn't who couldn't read. Believe it or not, what's his name? God damn it, I cannot think of his name. I'll think of it in a second. Skip Gates, the Harvard professor. He's black, of course, and from West Virginia. So I'm definitely interested. I can research it myself, but if you got a link, feel free to share it, Sam, because it is interesting. Oh, by the way, I think I mentioned it last night. Maybe you weren't in the audience. On my father's side of the family, there's a whole West Virginia origin story that I could have never dreamed about. So I actually have like ancestry from West Virginia. And I don't know the details. My father is, in his 80s now. And and I think it's a function of age where you start getting interested in history and that sort of thing. So, he and a cousin of his are doing a whole genealogy of the Cross side of the family. So who knows? We could be cousins.
Is the Secretary of Transportation under the Ford administration. And so one of the reasons, again, he decides to use the Department of Transportation as a vehicle for civil rights. And so partners with, say, something like the city of Atlanta, and that's how we get the Atlanta airport, right? So it's a partnership between these ideas of black capitalism, affirmative action, civil rights, but also economic uplift through the method of the market in order to build these massive projects. The person that I'll very quickly say, I also find Leon Sullivan in the Bush administration incredibly interesting. who's Secretary of Health and Human Services, in part because of these ideas that he has about universal health care in the 1980s. But the figure that I'm really interested in right now is actually Sam Pierce during the Reagan administration, who is Secretary of HUD, or Housing and Urban Development, from 1981 through 1989, and really has this long storied career before he comes into the White House as both representative, as a civil rights lawyer, as a corporate lawyer. He is, I'm not sure if you guys, many of you may have heard of Sullivan v. New York Times, a very famous libel speech or speech issue. Sam Pierce is actually the lawyer for the Black ministers in the case, including Martin Luther King. And I encourage anybody who's interested to go out and read the argument that he makes in front of the Supreme Court about the dignity of humanity in terms of African-American lives and freedom of speech. But has this really just fascinating career. He starts Freedom National Bank, which is through the 90s, one of the most successful Black and minority-owned and operated banks in the country, out of Harlem. Co-founds it with Jackie Robinson in 1964. It's a space where Martin Luther King puts his Nobel Peace Prize winnings in '64. He's also the figure who the FBI decides covertly, he doesn't know this, that he would be a great replacement in their campaign to discredit Martin Luther King Jr. Right? So this is the guy they suggest as the person to take his place. But he's got this really interesting history and involvement. And then, and I'm sure, Bill, you have your time in the Reagan administration. This must have been quite all over the place. But then becomes Secretary of HUD and attracts an enormous amount of attention and ultimately scandal after all of this news breaks about corruption in housing and urban development. One of the things that I'm working through now and some of the projects that I'm working on is how do we balance who Sam Pierce was prior to being in the administration, but then what are the actions that he does say around ideas of fair housing enforcement and pushing fair housing legislation in combination with ideas of corruption, rampant corruption that happens during his time in office. So there's really just a kind of a hodgepodge, but I think it's been standard for Republican administrations to have people of color. This is the norm in positions of power and policymaking positions.
Okay, I have one last question tonight, and then we'll open it up to questions from the audience. So if you have a question, we'll have a couple of students who have cordless mics. Please wait for them to find you, and then you can ask your question in the mic so that we get it on. Everybody can hear it, so we get it on our video. But Leah, let's suppose this is a theoretical. I'm curious how you'll respond. Let's suppose you get a call tomorrow, and Senator Mitch McConnell, the leader of the Senate Majority Leader, Speaker Paul Ryan, want to meet with you in Washington next week and want to hear your historical perspective on what Republicans need to do to start rebuilding their relationships with African Americans. What would you tell them?
Oh, how much coffee and how much alcohol do we have? Because it's going to be
We have plenty. You take your time.
It's going to be a long time. What's interesting is that I get a variation of this question a lot, and not just from audiences or talks or things like that, but from people who work in government, people who work in strategy, people on all sides of the aisle, voters, and things like that. And I think one of the things that struck me about the book through the present day is that the presence of people who understand what it would take to win back Black voters within the Republican Party, there have always been those people. And they've always been vocal. They've always been writing. And in fact, Ralph Bunche lays out the blueprint for essentially what it would take in 1940, 1941. And so what we've seen is a variant of this in different respects. Some people get it better than others. And you'd be surprised at the people who really kind of really get it. I mean, Richard Nixon at one point understands it to the point where he can begin to make appointments and he can begin to invest money into these things. George H.W. Bush is instrumental in 1972 at pushing not just for the formation of the National Black Republican Association and auxiliary group of the RNC, but also for pushing for proactive plans, which are not affirmative action plans, but affirmative action light plans to integrate the Republican organizations on state and local levels in terms of minority members. So good faith efforts to do outreach for efforts. We see a lot of it in a lot of these things pinpointed in the Republican autopsy report, or the Growth and Opportunity Act report that comes out in 2012 and addendum in 2013. And there are steps occasionally, every once in a while, particularly after a massive loss, where the Republican Party will actually take concrete steps and invest money, policy, rhetoric, publicity, communications, PR, all of these things into transforming the party. The most recent version of this was that the RNC hired a couple years ago Orlando Watson, who no longer works for the RNC, to essentially maintain Black media outreach and communications, and was actually making sturdy growth and making inroads in that area, but also doing long sustained interventions. So not coming along, Johnny come lately elections and saying, hey, how's it going? But actually doing something that involves years and years and years of groundwork. There's an organization, there was an organization, Wright McNeil and Associates, that had an incredible track record at winning Black support for Republican candidates, including Newt Gingrich in 1978. And one of the things, if you go through their manual, if you go through their field notes, sometimes it was as simple as saying, we're going to teach our candidates how to go into Black neighborhoods and shake Black people's hands, which seems absolutely ridiculous. It seems so basic. But for a lot of the politicians that they worked with and that they consulted with, they had no idea that they actually had to invest real time and effort and money, and then come up with programs and policies that would be appealing to African Americans. So when we do see success, when we do see African Americans support Republicans on state and local level, and it does still happen even today, it tends to follow the same pattern, which is that you have a Republican politician who has an established relationship with Black communities, right? So isn't a newcomer. Right? We have a Republican who he or she has managed to create an identity for himself or herself that is independent from the national organization, from the national party. So when a Republican who on a national scale does something very, very bad, the state or local Republican can say, well, that's not me, you know me. Right? And so there's a critical relationship there. And then the other part of this is that oftentimes these Republicans have actually put into place mechanisms whereby they listen to Black audiences. So instead of going in, and this is a mistake I think we see a lot, instead of going in and lecturing at Black audiences, right? One thing you should never do is talk about getting off the plantation. That is the absolute worst thing that you can do when you talk to Black audiences, but it happens over and over and over again. We see politicians coming in and saying, I'm just here to listen, talk to me, and then turning around and making changes, implementing policy that reflects on those things that African Americans have said that they wanted. And in this respect, African Americans are like any other constituency group. They want to see policies and they want to see rhetoric and engagement that affects their day-to-day lives. Now, the difficulty in all of this is that because Republicans and Black people have this relationship that right now is virtually non-existent. Um, the Republican Party is always going to be judged by the actions of its worst member. And so what happened in 2016 is that the party, and there was a lot of, for those of you who kept up with the debates and the primaries on the Republican side of things, there was a lot of talk about who do we want to be the face? Who do we want to represent the Republican Party? And there was a moment, I don't know if you guys remember, where Marco Rubio was up on stage and Tim Scott is standing next to him and Nikki Haley and someone, conservative website, I think it might have been Daily Wire or something like that, or Daily Caller said, you know, this is the future of the Republican Party. This is a diverse future. And one of the reflections of this kind of moment, this is actually some of the things in the Growth and Opportunity Report being put into effect. But instead, what happens? The nominee is Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, I mean, across polling, in terms of Black voter polling, on every single level, is the candidate that is the furthest from where you want to be if you want to bring African Americans back into the party. Now, I'll add one caveat. Somebody threw me a couple months ago. Somebody threw me a curveball and said, "Okay, you're saying it's policy, it's rhetoric, it's action. Is there anything that, say, the current administration could do that would bring Black voters into the party en masse?" And I said, it would have to be something along the scale of the New Deal. It would have to be something so transformational, so momentous, so
Yeti, salute. Yeah, the volume is low. It's not a really good video, but the reason I'm playing it is Leah Wright Rigueur wrote The Loneliness of the Black Republican, and she's speaking at the Robert Dole Center or Institute or whatever at University of Kansas. And the reason I'm playing this is, let's do Black history. Oh, hey, Shiesty, I literally lived on Blue Mountain. Yeah, at the very top. And yep, one day I went for years. I literally went for years. And, they kept saying, well, Stanley, you're the only dumb fuck up here who doesn't have a gun. There's bears up here. And I used to walk, I lived on a gravel road. If you know Markham, I don't know if you've ever been there, Shiesty, but from Markham heading west, Markham, the next city, because there's a Markham exit on 66. And I used to take that Markham exit because if I went all the way to Front Royal, I would literally be backtracking back. So I would just take the Markham exit, and I know Markham well. Linden was basically the post office. That was my mailing address. But we lived out in Warren County technically. And I think Markham is in Fauquier County. I literally, from where I lived, at least the last time I lived up there, I was about a 15-minute walk from the Appalachian Trail. There was a vineyard up there. So I would literally cross 622 was the state route over the mountain and to the vineyard. And I'd literally be in Fauquier County. I lived right on the line there. So I loved living up there. Yeah, that post office. Well, there was also a general store. We call it the beer store. Right next to the post office is what do they call it? Because it used to be, they call it, damn it, I can't think of the name of the general store because the guy who owned that store literally was a neighbor of mine. and it was Monterey. It used to be like a train station or something like that. Um, so this name of this little general store that, most of their sales would be alcohol, as you can imagine. um, yeah, dude, I look, my brother-in-law still lives up on the mountain. I haven't been up there in probably 10 years, but at some point I'll go back and visit. But yeah, I lived in Linden um probably all told about 15 years. Because I lived up there when I met my wife. My wife was not gonna live up on that mountain when she was pregnant. So I had to move to Fairfax, or actually it was Chantilly, Virginia, in Fairfax County. And then as soon as the baby was, 4 or so, I wanted to move back to the mountains. She wanted to live in like a regular neighborhood. And I'm like, nope, want to live on the mountain. And goddamn, one of these days I will have to tell you about it took us like a year to finally agree on a house, because every house she liked, I hated. Every house I wanted, she hated. And our attitudes were like, you know what? I'm not fucking living in this house, but I'm gonna stay in the car and you go look at it because it's just your fantasy. We're not buying that house. So it was like that for a year. And the realtor was a friend of my wife's family. Like, she'd known my wife when she was a little girl. And you know what? I honestly think that the realtor literally loved, like, every Saturday, like, for quite some time, we go like every Saturday and start looking at houses. And I honestly think the realtor just thought me and my wife were a comedy show. It's like my my brother-in-law found a house on the other side of the mountain that we wound up settling. It's called Blue Mountain. It's really like a homeowners association. But so my brother-in-law found this house, and it was my goddamn dream house. It was just like an A-frame. I think it was an A-frame, but it was 2 stories, and it had a big wood stove on the top floor and the bottom floor. The only problem is the backyard was on a fucking cliff. So, like, my wife was like, "You know what? If my son is out there playing ball and it goes over the cliff, he's never gonna recover it." It's she was just and the other thing is, my realtor had a minivan, and the the road going up to the house was so steep, you couldn't make it up the gravel road with a front wheel drive minivan in the middle of summer. So you would have to walk. You'd have to walk like a quarter mile from the front door to, where you might park your car. And in the wintertime, you might not even fucking make it up any of the road. So I really wanted that house, but I knew I couldn't have it because my wife, and unfortunately, she was right in this case. But anyway, I have stories like that with all them mountains and bears. And the other thing on the bear part, um, I'd gone for years and had never seen a bear. And one day, uh, a fucking bear cuts through my yard because my yard, the backyard sloped down a hill. So, and it was, with the fur and everything, it was a pretty big bear. So, I got a call from a neighbor, "Hey, there's a bear heading your way." So it cut through my yard. Just in we had just gotten my dog, and the dog was out in the yard, and I'm like, "Oh fuck." Let me go grab this dog, because the dog was new to the mountain, and I knew that she would just fucking, charge. And you don't want to mess with bears if you're a dog, at least. So anyway, so I'm like, holy cow, all this time, never seen a bear. Well, the next day, that same bear takes the same route up, and it was a one-lane gravel road, walks up with her two cubs. I didn't even know it was a female until she showed up the next day with her cubs, and I know I'm not fucking with her then. But it was, it was pretty cool to see from the inside looking through the window. Hey, if bears want to walk through the yard, cool with me. But then after that, I started seeing bears like on the road. I don't know whether they had been, you know, I guess they started getting used to humans or something. Um, one day I was coming up from work, and there was a fucking baby bear in the middle of the little 2-lane 622 road. And I just kind of waited there like, where's your mother? I literally just waited. Finally the bear, just kind of wandered off to find its mother, I guess. But yeah, I know I'm rambling. But those are some fucking good memories up in Linden, Virginia. I literally treasure them. I moved up there on a whim. Like I had a job in Front Royal, Virginia, which is the seat of Warren County. Um, and just on a whim, I had to find a place to live. They were only going to keep me in the hotel for so long. So um, I just said, well, gee, I wonder what it's like living in them mountains over there, because I could see it from the warehouse I was working in. And so I went through the real estate wanted ads and found a house to rent up there. And yeah, it was the mountain was good to me. I found a wife and had a kid. So that's how it goes. Anyway, I'm sure I have bored you young folks with this bullshit, but dude, I fucking loved Linden. I love Northern Virginia. So, I miss it, but the weather's better down here. And as it turns out, I think Georgia Tech would be a better choice. Because if we lived in Virginia, I'm pretty sure my son would have either gone to University of Virginia, or I'd be in a better position to force him to go to the Naval Academy. But I don't know. Speaking of which, when my son, way before he could even know we were his parents, my wife and I had pretty much said, Naval Academy with the Marine option. Mainly because, those Naval Academy guys who take the Marine option, those motherfuckers are studs. They're smart and tough. And every man wants a son who's smart and tough. So anyway, I will stop boring you. Let's see. The few Italians that came there in the coal mines in Pennsylvania. Yeah, well, they've got, are they pizza rolls? Like the West Virginia's like deli food, or these I think they're called pizza rolls, which are just fucking delicious. I don't know how they do it, but you walk into some deli or gas station or something in West Virginia, and you just get, they're kind of greasy, but they are fucking delicious. And apparently they started out as kind of minor food. It was easy to put in a lunch pail or something like that. And it was like a heartier version of chicken wraps for coal miners. Very staunch Calvinists. Yeah, okay. They worship their stills in a lot of they worship their stills. That wound up being their church. Yeah, in Front Royal, they have Randolph-Macon Academy. It's like Air Force ROTC. I think you have to take it all 4 years. Or if it's like my school, which was Army ROTC, it was mandatory the first couple years, and then the last 2 years, you could either do ROTC or take PE classes. So, but yeah, Randolph Macon is right in Front Royal. So is Skyline Burgers. If you ever wind up in Front Royal, I highly recommend Skyline Burgers. They are cooked to order because they get their meat like fresh every day. The potatoes are fresh. They hand make the French fries and everything. Those burgers are the best I've ever had from, in a fast food format.
That it would dispel everything else, or at least, African Americans would be able to put aside everything else because that thing made it possible for them to support it. So I said, something like universal healthcare, free healthcare for all.
Well, you talking about the
snake
snake handlers?
A real change. And right now we're in a moment where that's not looking too great on a national level.
Okay, very good. I'm going to open it up to questions from the audience. If you have a question, please raise your hand. We have a question, have a couple questions. Oh, we got a whole bunch of them. We'll take as much time as we need, so we'll start right here.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. My question is, I was wondering if you could comment on the current unemployment numbers in the African American community, which the Trump administration is heralding or keeps heralding as historically low, and specifically, how do you think the narrative around Black unemployment will play in the 2018 and 2020 cycles?
Hey, that is although they haven't been, they haven't a number good for us. I want to go back for a second because one of the things that the Trump campaign did during the 2016 election that was actually far more effective than people acknowledged is that they hit on those unemployment numbers, and they also hit on underemployment and stagnation and lack of mobility. Now, African Americans, by and large, reacted viscerally to Donald Trump talking about it. Right? So we all remember those moments where he said, told an audience of largely white people, Africans understood that they were frustrated. We saw red flags all over the place, particularly in terms of worker strikes, in terms of not just Black Lives Matter. Can't sugarcoat the fact that African Americans are not doing well. This is not a bad number in the large scale. But then that didn't jive with what was happening on the micro, on the ground. So what you would hear is, say, this really kind of terrific number. And then on the ground, Black people were saying, I can't afford to feed my children. I'm living in poverty. The gap between not just the Black-white wealth gap is increasing, the gap between the Black middle class and the Black poor has grown exponentially. So there are all of these signs and all of these people saying this, but the macro is painting a pretty rosy picture. So what you have is people saying, we're doing great. America is great already. And then you have somebody who's coming in. There's one person I didn't interview. One person said, he was the wrong messenger to say it, but a broken clock is right twice a day. Who is hitting on these things that have real currency within these communities. Now, they don't translate into votes for, say, Donald Trump, but for the Democratic Party, right, in terms of turnout. Now, that there's a gap, that there is no social mobility. So I may have a job, but I don't have benefits. I can't live. I'm living in poverty. All of the argument that we would think in terms of reaching out to Black voters. Now, I'll close by saying this. I do think it is something that amongst Trump supporters is something that has currency. So it becomes another example of say, hey, look, our guy did this, even if it doesn't necessarily match up with the reality on the ground.
Okay, we have a question right here. Our next one's right here, Alex, and then the gentleman behind you as well.
What do you see right now today as the connection between whatever the face of the Republican Party is and the people of color vote? I know it must be changing, but how much is it changing, and where do you see it going in the near future?
Sure. So this is not a good time for the relationship between people of color and the Republican Party, which is that the relationship between voters of color, racial minorities, and ethnic minorities in the Republican Party is in a very, very bad place. The 2016 election in the last 2 years or last 18 months has made that exponentially worse. And new poll numbers that have actually just come out corroborate that and back that up. And so just to give you, I mean, one of the things that we're seeing with Latino voters and Asian American voters is that they are increasingly looking like Black voters in 1964, 1968, right? These years where Black voters are moving away from the party. You know, Ronald Reagan did exceptionally well with Asian American voters in the 1980 and 84 election. Asian American voters since 2008 have been the group, have been the racial group that that the Republican Party have absolutely, you know, lost in record numbers. So, you know, in 2007, you could actually count on Asian American voters being Republican voters. Now the reverse is true. You can count on Asian American voters being Democratic voters. So if I'm a Republican strategist, if I am, you know, a politician at the national level, I'm tearing my hair out, because what that signals is that there's a message. You will have a party that is made up of this kind of multicultural coalition, and a party that is made up of overwhelmingly white older voters, and that's not good for democracy. That's not good for competition. Now the problem, though, is geographical representation, which is that politicians, officials, you're siloed. You're in your area. You only have to really cater to your constituents. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to perform for a larger audience. And again, this comes out to this kind of mathematical, you know, these calculations that people are making, which is a lot. You do see a lot of cynical decisions being made in areas where people say, I don't have to care about Asian voters. I don't have to care about Latino voters. I don't have to care about Black voters. So why should they factor in an impactful section of the population? And the state and local are out of whack. You're going to continue.
Hi, can I assume you're a Republican?
This is a good question here. Let's see. What are MAGA blats? Well, it's poor spelling for starters, Shiesty. But I've been going in hard on MAGA blacks. Like CT is a good example. John Galt is an example. JP is an example. All these, you know, basically MAGA blacks are blacks who basically don't know shit about politics, but they like Trump's machismo and, you know, listening to Taz. And I don't even know what Taz's politics are, but he sounded like a MAGA black. It's MAGA blacks, and a lot of them don't vote at all. And I haven't figured that part out. Sharon is a MAGA black. And it doesn't really matter if he voted for Trump or not. I suspect Sharon, and it's inductive reasoning, but I suspect Sharon didn't vote at all because he couldn't vote for Kamala. He's that kind of misogynist. So, but it's all just, all in. I can prove none of it. It's just my opinion. But MAGA blacks are these motherfuckers like what's his name? Cellulite is a MAGA black. Don't know shit, but they want to hype Trump. Unapologetic manhood. Don't know shit about even Republic. They don't even know American history. But yet, Trump seems cool because he's a shit talker and a businessman, and he fits who they want to be. Much like Poe Whites. Poe Whites are into MAGA because they actually think they can be rich. So it's all a mess, god damn it. So as Ryan rages in the chat, motherfucker, you know what? I pinned T's link because I may wind up ending the show in a bit. But now that I've got Ryan Bardwell in the chat, it's actually become entertaining. And now that I got Shiesty, I know Shiesty's gonna have some pithy remarks. Let's see, Mom made us go to Holy Roller Church. Really? Okay, I have no clue what this means, Sin. What 400 pound woman? No, I don't. Johnny Knoxville, isn't he the biggest ass or whatever that show was? The biggest, what was it? The Biggest Loser? No, I know who you're talking about. Why would I watch a movie? Doesn't he have a game show or something as well? Oh, is that why you're here to bring me content? Well, Ryan, you've always been good to me. Let's see. Well, see, here's the problem, Shiesty. I could really, I'm left leaning. I tend to be more attracted to, and I think it's a virtue of growing up Black. I don't have a problem with government actually having a function. That pursuit of happiness hits in the preamble of the Constitution. It's ambiguous for a reason. I think government has a role, and conservatives do not think that government has much of a role, other than defense and staying out of business's way. But within that circle, and it tends to be centrist politics, but conservatives and capital L liberals, or conservatives, or centrist Republicans and centrist Democrats, they can reach across the aisle and kind of hammer shit out. The problem with politics in 2026 is that the progressives on the left and the MAGA blacks and their MAGA masses on the right, they're extremists. MAGA is an extremist movement. Cellulite doesn't know what a conservative is. He's not even pseudo. He's not a conservative. He is basically a MAGA populist. If I asked people like Unapologetic Manhood who Edmund Burke is, they'd fucking have no idea. Just like I asked Ryan Bardwell if he knows who Robert Dole is, and the motherfucker hasn't responded since, because he has no clue about American history. And I'm going to insist on this point. You can't know American politics without a healthy working knowledge of American history, because it's really, it's almost, I want to say it's a oh, excuse me. I want to say it's a linear progression, but it's a linear progression that's almost like a clover leaf. There are a lot of exits, but you can get back on the interstate. There have been so many turns and detours and stuff like that, but you always wind up, moving ahead in some way. So okay, cellulite. Let me just be blunt. And I love cellulite. I love raw G. I actually like them. I guess, I don't know what they think about me. They think I'm a boomer, but I actually like them. And the reason I like them is at least they like politics. Okay, if you get into politics and you actually like it, you know what? We will fight rhetorically, of course, but you know what? It's something I enjoy talking about. Um Bob Dole was a World War II hero, and yeah, motherfucker, go and research the and. That's my point. You know nothing about Robert Dole, and you probably Googled it, Ryan. How can I know more about the Republican Party than a Republican? How can I know more about MAGA than a motherfucking MAGA black or a MAGA massa? I know more about MAGA than y'all do. And you want to know why? Because I read the Claremont Institute folks. I read the National Review. I read the Wall Street Journal. Dude, I know more about conservative politics and MAGA politics than any MAGA black and a MAGA massa that I come across on these YouTube streets. It simply is. That's why I frustrate folks, because you got to know your opponent's arguments and your opponent's history better than they do. So you can just come in and slap them around in a chat or slap them around on a panel. There's a reason you're not up on this panel talking bullshit, Ryan, because you know what happens. Oh, look, it's book hatred. Yeah, the MAGA masses think that they know shit just through their genes. Oh, I got white skin, therefore I'm a genius. Ginseng pot. Hey, have you ever seen those shows, Sin? Back, and I can't remember the network. It's one of the outdoor networks that kind of went into reality TV, where you have a bunch of motherfuckers shooting each other up in West Virginia over sang. This looks like a good place to go and round up some sang. there'd be like these way stations, kind of like, they're places you can go and take your deer to process the tag and everything. That's what them sang. Them sang, I don't know, what would you call them? Anyway, out there hunting some sang and getting shot up. Motherfuckers are killing each other in meth country over fucking ginseng. And it actually, I guess it's Asia, Japan. Can't remember. There's an Asian country that's just really into ginseng, and they pay these huge premiums for it. So anyway, yeah, it would be amazing. See, this is what these little MAGA whites, MAGA masses do. See, they're like the MAGA blacks, and that's where the MAGA blacks get this anti-book, anti-intellectualism from. Um, people shitting on books, they just sound dumb, and they get amongst themselves, and they all sound cool. No, it's not. No, I'm afraid you and I will disagree. If it's processed right, actually venison is delicious. I mean, seriously delicious. Um, so, but it's really all in how it's got to be properly prepared. Um, but you and I will disagree. If you can eat beef, you can eat venison. Ryan, I don't eat myself. I put my foot up asses like yours. Okay. You literally sound dumb in this audience. Notice how no one else is engaging with you but me. It's because you sound dumb. We know who you are, and you can go up on a Nightish panel, because Nightish treats your dumb ass with kid gloves. I don't. I treat you like an equal or maybe even a social better. You keep going to panels where they treat you like royalty. Hey, I think you're cool, but motherfucker, I know more than you. That's just the bottom line. And that's why you don't click that link, Ryan, because you want to come up here with the usual sass and I will fry you like bacon. So, hey, beans are good for you. Beans are a good source of protein, son. Beans are good. One of these days, I'm actually going to make black bean burgers. I just haven't gotten around to it. So, anyway, Ryan, I don't eat myself. I grow my own vegetables, and I am self sustaining. I don't need to be monetized. So I can do what the fuck I want and I can talk the way I want, etc., etc. You know, for the dumb fucks who need YouTube as a money generator, cool. They have to let you up on a panel and treat you like with kid gloves there, Ryan. I don't have to. Yep. Well, cast iron skillets can do more than cornbread, by the way. And I have like two or three. I think I have three cast iron pans. And then my father's got a couple from his mother. But I've actually been using carbon steel because it's lighter, but it can take the same heat and it cools down faster. So I actually, with your cast iron, try out a carbon steel pan. They're actually very useful. You can put them in the oven. They can pretty much take the same temperatures as cast iron. Oh, let's see. What else does Ryan? Stanley has never butchered a deer. I'm afraid I have. Uh, I have actually butchered a deer, son. And once I was done butchering it, I wrapped it up in butcher's paper and put it in my in-laws freezer. So yes, I know how to butcher a deer. I know how to hang a deer and gut it too, son. You're nothing special, MAGA massa. Is there a link for Ryan? Uh it should be pinned. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me drop the link because I forget I pinned T's show link. So I will drop the show link for anybody who wants to come up. And I don't know, has T gone live? Because I really didn't intend on this being, a marathon show. Yesterday was long enough. No, I mean, snake handling, yeah, it's fascinating. That is faith. And there are actual YouTube videos about, the Pentecostals and I think it's concentrated up in them North Carolina, up in the western part of North Carolina. I'm sure there's some in Virginia too, probably into Tennessee, Kentucky. But no, it's interesting stuff. Maybe if I think about it, who knows? I maybe round up a video or two. So anyway, let's see what's going on with this video.
I'm not.
You are not.
Oh, and Ryan, I dropped the link especially for you if you want to come up and be treated as an equal uh, and not deferentially.
How do you think traditional Republicans can
I'd push back a little bit and say that in the past, with the exception of the infrastructure conversation and the tariffs, with that said, on the vast majority of things, he votes with, you know, he does not toe the party line, and has been pretty interesting on this. And Paul Ryan particularly, have been pretty shrewd on this, which is, you know, we're going to support what the president wants to do, particularly since we have our own agendas that we need to get through. So in a lot of ways, there are parallels to the Carter administration, right? So somebody coming in who is essentially a political outsider and having to navigate. Thought you were asking is there a way to support the administration by trying to work from the inside in order to push? I mean, it's been a pretty chaotic couple of years, and so increasingly the baseline is, you know, those kinds of people are either being forced out or are leaving of their own accord.
Okay, we have a question back here.
Thank you for your presentation. This is fantastic talk. Recently, through the public sphere, I witnessed like similarities or crossovers between both Black Democrats and Black Republicans who, for example, overwhelmingly agreed on Harriet Tubman appearing on the $20 bill, which I found interesting in Facebook pages, with both had the Harriet Tubman, you know, appearing in a $20 bill, which I found like an interesting nuance. So based on your talk in regards to Ed Brooke and his participation in the Civil Rights Act and the Housing Act as well, why do you believe the history of Black Republicans is either minimized or ignored in Black American history and media?
So it feels like there's almost two questions in that kind of comment.
And
What's up, Mr. Bardwell?
All's well. How are you,
Pretty
Stanley?
good. Your mic is hot.
I know, right?
Let me turn it down a bit. There you go.
Well, you know, I come prepared.
Oh, of course you do. Hey, let me say hello to Queen Sunkissed. Good to see you. So, anything on your mind?
Nah. What's on your mind?
You know, I am I meant to get all these videos out of the way yesterday, but you know, the show went awry as usual on Saturdays.
Them damn Coors Lights getting away, I know.
No, it was everybody else.
Right.
However, I am kind of fascinated that, you know, how dumb MAGA blacks and their masses are. They literally know nothing. They literally, you know, and what sparked all this is I can't think whether it was unapologetic manhood. I think it was him, but somebody going about, you know, how Republicans, the Republican Party is the party of Black people. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's like the most ahistorical comment you could possibly make. Who do you think enabled Jim Crow? It was the Republicans. And Compromise of 1877. It's out there in a book somewhere, which reading is anathema. Reading books is anathema to MAGA blacks. But it was literally the Republicans in a compromise. They got to the presidency in exchange for pulling federal troops and basically ending Reconstruction. And that allowed the South to enact all the Jim Crow laws.
Mm.
So any MAGA black who wants to talk about how great the Republican Party is, they only need to look at 1877 and 1964. And then you can go to 1948 if you must, but just those two dates, MAGA blacks, if they read books, they'd know about this shit.
Okay. Now, Stanley,
So
you,
I got heat for the MAGA blacks, and their
okay,
MAGA masses. Their MAGA masses keep
man,
them and encourage them to be
you are
stupid
ramped up, aren't you?
all the time.
Yeah. Carry on.
I thought you had a rebuttal.
No, I didn't know if you were making a statement or a question, or you just,
No. I have no questions if you don't read books. What could I'm sure there are a lot of things you know that I don't, as every man of a certain age knows stuff. But when we talk about MAGA,
yeah,
I know more than at least the MAGA voters or the
you know,
non-voters who support MAGA. I know
okay,
more about MAGA than they do.
okay. Well, all right.
Oh, I have no doubt. This isn't conjecture. So
Anyway,
how I decided to start Black History Month was talking about Black Republicans.
it's February 1st. Yeah, yeah.
This is Robert J. Dole Institute of Politics at the
Mm-hmm.
University of Kansas,
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
lady on the right is a
Uh-huh.
Republican,
Yeah.
and the gentleman on the left is a Republican, and they're talking about blacks in the Republican Party.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the more
Right.
interesting things is that Richard Nixon is kind of a lynch point. I'm sorry, a kind of a fulcrum, because he was really the first to use the Southern strategy. Yet he actually, the EPA, I think it was created in under his administration. And he also did, if I recall, and I could be wrong about this, but he was
Hurry up.
basically allowing a lot of affirmative action legislation. I wouldn't say he was pro, but he saw the usefulness of it.
Okay, Stanley, get to it. Just get to it.
Well, no, I already have. I've been
Okay.
getting to it.
You just keep on.
I'm sorry, what?
Just show it.
Show what?
The video.
Oh, you're interested in the video. Good for you.
Oh, of course I
The
am.
reason I was saying that is because I started thinking
God
about
damn.
more nuances. For example, when we think about like immigration restriction, people usually associate that with political ideologies with white Republicans. But then I think about Barbara Jordan, right, who was on the one hand a fierce civil rights lawyer, but on the other hand, who also enforced immigration restriction, right? And these kind of political nuances that I feel are either black or white within the public sphere and institutions of knowledge.
Sure. So one of the things that I talk about in the book, particularly in the end of the book, is the way in which Black politics, as it is emerging, is modern Black politics, as it is coming of age, is becoming something. Black Republicans actually end up influencing not just, say, Black neoconservatism or Black conservatism, but also Black liberalism and Black neoliberalism. So the model. So I use Barack Obama for example. Barack Obama's social justice capitalism methodology or approach is very much rooted, and he says this explicitly, is very much rooted in Ed Brooks' approach. He gets it from right, and he says, if I were at one point he says, if I came of age in the 1960s, I would have been an Ed Brooks Republican. I would have been a Rockefeller Republican. I would have been a George H.W. Bush Republican. So there are very much strains that are crossing lines and crossing bounds, even to this day, that partisanship obscures. So there are areas of overlap that, I tell my students, I call them, strange bedfellows, but actually they're not really that strange, because they're only strange because we have a two-party system and we divide everything into binaries. But the truth is, when we talk about, say, something like Ferguson, who's one of the first politicians to go down to Ferguson and kind of denounce what's going on? It's not Claire McCaskill. It's actually, it's Rand Paul, which makes it organic. I mean, it is organic. It's a natural overlap. In the same way that on the left, your example of Barb, that we prescribe to them because of partisans or where they stand on very specific issues. So this is one of the reasons that we're, in 2015, able to come to this really fragile, bipartisan, agreement on mass, because there are strains and overlaps that, go through conservative and liberal ideology and bring the default to either placing it aside or saying something like this is tokenism, that it doesn't have value. What I wanted to do with this project is take race and conservatism and the intersection of the two very, very seriously,
Hey, Stanley,
without reducing it.
Yes, sir.
Saying, okay,
do you think she's married to a white guy?
and writing it off.
Why would I give a fuck who she's married to?
I just asked you.
No clue. Why would I think you asked me if I think
Yeah.
she is, and my response is, why would I be thinking about who she's married to? Can you tell me why you think she's married to a white guy?
The way she speaks.
Oh, how racist is that?
It ain't.
Do you think if she was married to a white guy, he would give her elocution lessons like My Fair Lady?
I would say so. I would. Yeah.
So a white man would be teaching his black wife how to speak properly.
Yeah.
Is that the role of a white husband married to
I
a
would
black
say
woman?
so. Yeah, I would.
Yeah, well, hey, I thank you for being honest about that
Well,
sort of stuff.
goddamn, you would bitch if I said the opposite.
No, I wouldn't care. All I have to
Oh,
say,
you care. You
all
care.
I have to say is, generally, if I'm listening to a PhD who wrote a very important book, I don't wonder so much about who they're married to. It never crossed my mind. It surprised me. The question kind of caught me off guard. It was so
Of course it
weird.
did. Yeah.
It was so weird and racist.
Mm,
Hey, it's 2026.
it is.
And I'm a 60-year-old black man, and even I am shocked at how racist people can be.
I know, right? Well, look,
Yeah,
go
it
ahead.
is 2026.
It is. All
1946.
day, every day. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, you get it. So.
You got any more questions for me?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, well, ask away.
Look at her hair. Is that black women's hair?
Any black woman who has hair has black woman's hair.
Mm. Okay.
I would imagine, if we must be so phenotypically inclined.
You don't get out much, do you, Stanley? You don't get
You
out.
know what? I don't put up with racists gladly, is what I don't do. Her hair is natural. Are you saying she's not a black woman?
I didn't say that.
Well, where are we
You
going? Why
said that.
Why are you worried about her hair?
You know what you're doing, and you know what I'm doing.
No.
Oh yeah.
I honestly have no clue what you're doing. But it's fun.
You judge every female on panels everywhere you go.
I
Her
literally
hair, her
okay. Well,
eyes.
see, this
It's
is
okay.
this is
Go
gonna
ahead. Go ahead.
gonna surprise you.
Go ahead.
The woman we're looking at on the screen is not on my panel. Did you notice she's not on my panel?
What? Actually, she is.
Actually, she's not. It's a video. You do
Mhm.
know that this is a YouTube video that we're
Okay, don't
watching.
treat me like
It's
this.
not
Don't, don't.
real time. So I'm
Okay,
sorry, you might have been kind of fooled by the technology, but no, she's not on the panel.
okay, Stanley. I'll play
Shall we
another
continue?
game, buddy.
Oh wait, hey, let's play it. I'm guessing I play it pretty well. Shall we continue?
Go ahead.
Part because there are very real consequences, but then also too,
I'll be right back. I need to turn off a microwave timer,
Southern Black women, right,
but I'm
who
listening.
are perhaps the most radical in terms of their voting patterns, views that line up pretty nicely, neatly with where you would think
Mm.
it would be in the Republican Party. But we don't have a frame for talking about that. Now, with that said, one of the things that happens, particularly begins to happen in right around the era of Goldwater, is that once we have this moment where people are in particular segments of the party are in power, Black people and Black Republicans quickly learn that
I
there's
didn't know. I didn't know he had a microwave. That's weird.
those that are in power.
That's good to know.
So I've mentioned Jackie Robinson a couple of different times.
Who thought Stanley had a microwave?
Spoken a critic of the
Mm.
Republican Party, even as he is a Republican, and he sees no value from that. There's nothing.
If I had a microwave, I'd be called a communist.
Well, it's funny. I use the microwave timer way more than I use the microwave because I don't really do microwave
I
meals.
know, right?
Sometimes I warm up stuff, leftovers.
I know, right? That's weird.
Of Nelson Rockefeller's administration, even then they're a party. And so what people around him quickly realized, I think during the Republican primaries, almost all of the candidates understood. They didn't necessarily know why, but almost all of them understood that Black women were an important part of the political process. So if you wanted legitimacy, if you wanted validation from larger audiences of all races, get a Black woman and put a
Oh,
Black
wow.
woman up front. Now, a lot of these Black women, right, are qualified, are doing the damn thing, are very much deserving of being there. And then you have other people who are put out front, who are thrust out front, right, in a way where you say, well, what value are you bringing to this? And the one that the one that everyone notices is somebody like Diamond and Silk, right? You say, what are in these
Oh,
women who go on the road for Donald Trump and basically have a back and forth dialogue about why they love Donald Trump. But the interesting thing there is they say, well, we're not here for policy. We're not here to discuss those issues. We're here to have a good time. We're here to da 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 da. But in what way is that representative of the issues that are supposed to be central to these various political campaigns? And so this is where it gets dicey because what I don't want to do is suggest that overwhelmingly it's just that, because there are people who are conservative who are very much involved in these worlds in very qualified and important ways. But at the same time, correspondence amongst various Republicans at different levels. Some of them have been very, very critical of this idea of tokenization, including. So he gives this 1987 speech to the Heritage Foundation, which actually the title of my book is a play on this speech, where he says, "I'm sick of being dragged out," right? And other Black conservatives are sick of being dragged out to basically play the fool, shuck and jive, and
oh, she gets it.
step and jive and play the clown and play the buffoon.
What is it she's getting?
And saying,
The fucked up correlation between the Stanley.
No,
You get it.
do I? Because see, I don't
Oh
agree
yeah,
with
you
you
do.
on this.
But
No,
you're
I do
showing this.
not. I do
You're
not
showing this.
agree. On what?
You're showing this.
Okay, well, let me help you out
Help me out.
because yes, there are a lot of people who don't quite get what I do here. if it's politics, I
Oh,
will show it. Agreeing with it, I
all
don't
right.
always I don't always agree with the people that I show. My goal is to kind of get some stuff out there for the 7 people who give a fuck about
So,
politics.
okay.
Look, it's important to know that there are books out there that talk about the history of blacks voting Republican. Um, I'm not one of these MAGA blacks who doesn't find value in books and want to rely on lived experience.
Mm,
I think it's truly idiotic that a 40-some-year-old man would a black man in particular would
mm,
would rely on what he sees, what he's seen in his 40 years, when some of the issues, like, the quote black problem in America, it's 400 years old. What the fuck does a 40-year-old know if he's not extending his range of knowledge by
mm,
reading about it?
mm.
Books are not like
Books.
something you memorize. And see, that's the other thing. A lot of these MAGA people and MAGA blacks are, kind of my purview. They don't seem to understand that you don't read a book to memorize it, you read it to understand things.
Don't
Okay,
like the Bible, huh?
well, Bible is a good example.
Yeah.
You can believe it's literal, or you can believe it's not literal.
Well, you just read it and
But
forget about it.
well,
Just move
no.
on.
Actually,
Yeah,
the value in the Bible is, since we are a quote Christian country,
I don't
it
know about that.
does actually help to be on the same page, to know what your opponent or your allies are thinking. It's really a baseline issue. You know, one of the things that I made a mistake, especially when I was on John Galt's channel, is I
Oh
assumed,
Lord.
okay, dude, you can mute up and then talk once you're unmuted. I don't need the
You just,
running
you just went
commentary.
there. You just went there.
I do not need the running commentary.
Mm, go
It's
ahead.
disruptive.
Go
Is
ahead.
is your intention to be disruptive?
No. Mm-mm.
How about
And we're
belligerent?
talking about the lady on the stream.
Okay,
Now you went to John Galt.
I'm not talking about the lady on the stream right now.
Well,
I
you're showing that,
it's a
Stan.
it's a it's a
Now you went to John Galt. I don't get it. Yeah.
okay, dude, are
It's
you
okay.
high?
No.
Are you
Mm,
high? You
no.
sure you're not high like a John Galt? Because
No.
I've been hearing that clicking in the background.
Really?
You are literally being disruptive, like like 12th Man when he's
Oh,
fucking in the clouds. Like you're talking over the video, it's a running commentary as I talk. It's not very conducive to
okay.
conversation.
Let me let. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out whether you're high, drunk, or both.
It's whatever.
Well, you're not
It's whatever.
sober. I could tell that.
Okay.
So, like I was saying, before I was so rudely interrupted,
Mm-hmm.
um,
Mm-hmm.
the
You don't
I
do that.
think the problem with the MAGA blacks is they don't know shit. They don't know
No,
shit about being Republican.
they
Dude,
don't.
there's a whole thing
But we
they're
won.
trying to put an intellectual underpinning to the MAGA movement itself. And they probably have no clue that this is going on.
No,
And
they don't.
there's certainly not there's certainly, well, there are a couple books that talk about that talk about, the intellectual underpinnings, which, by the way, I've shown a couple videos of the lady who wrote the book. But here's the deal. I don't really, luckily I don't have to depend on YouTube as a source of income. It's nice for beer money. And, I use it to pay, the internet bills, the subscriptions and stuff.
Okay.
I don't have a business model. I don't need a business
No,
model.
you don't. You don't. You don't. You
I,
have a job.
I'm literally doing it because I like politics, and I would
Because
have.
you do. Right.
It was Portia. It was Portia who said, "Hey, have you ever thought of doing a show?"
Okay.
So
Anyway,
yes,
go ahead.
you wanna see more of this woman you have an infatuation with?
Go
Would
ahead.
would you read her book?
I don't read books.
Well, there's a picture of her on the book jacket.
Okay. Well, I didn't ask you about her book.
Of course you didn't. Why would
No,
a MAGA
I don't
why
know.
would a
It's
MAGA
just what you
why would
do.
a
It's just
MAGA
what you do.
why would a MAGA massa ask about a book?
I didn't.
You know, a lot of white people write
I'm not
books.
white.
Did you know that?
I'm not white.
Oh, well, could have fooled me.
Well, you're easy to fool.
Hey, I'm not a
Okay,
hum.
we're going to take 2
Run
more
all-
questions. We're going
What?
to start with this one right here.
But over talking video.
I can sit. Thank you
Oh, I
very
can
much for
because
really
I'm the host.
clarifying a lot of things. But I want to take you back south a bit, my own bias. And
Mm-mm-mm.
that
What a
I
mess.
Chapter of the book, I can document it through the present. The idea of the Black middle class that is connected to the Republican Party can expand the Black middle class and this group, then of course the rest of that group will then vote for us. And so in some ways it is an interesting poll, and actually Ronald Reagan's individual, and in fact has a whole series of targeted campaigns that is of African Americans who are supporting the Republican Party through the 1980s through present day. But again, in those moments where we do see the support go up, they're
Hey,
drawn from
Stanley.
a very particular
Yes, sir.
Can you turn her volume up?
No.
What would a Black
Okay.
supporter look
Then
like?
don't.
What did a Black Trump
It's a really poor video, and I've
Well,
had to turn the volume up on my end to hear.
okay.
I
I just thought
warned
you just
everybody.
wanted. I just thought
No,
you
I
wanted
warned.
your volume more.
No, I warned everybody when I started the video because it's. But I mean, the video is kind of old, and whoever
It ain't
filmed
that
it.
old.
But turn up your volume. Actually, the
Okay.
video quality's poor as well.
Yeah. Well, you showed it. You know. I'm just saying.
Well, I showed it because I'm showing it out of spite. I'm showing about
We're ambassadors
black
for.
Rep-
Okay.
I'm
I
showing
I got it.
black Republicans
Black
actually talk.
Republicans.
Okay, are you surprised? What would you have me call them? Just Republicans?
I would call them Black Americans.
So black Republicans
Oh my God.
actually who are actual kind of like classical liberals, like they actually know stuff about politics. They actually know
Mm,
stuff. They actually know stuff about
they know stuff. Minus the
well,
books. They ain't read books.
she's got a PhD. I think she's probably read a book or two.
But you hate her.
But I what?
But you hate her.
Why would I hate her? I read her book.
Because she's on the other side, dude.
Okay,
She ain't on your side.
let's see.
I
I
got
know you're drunk
I
and
know
or
what you're doing
high,
too.
but
I know
I
what you're doing.
highly recommend her book. She wrote it maybe 5 years ago now. But shit, it's
6.
more like 7
6.
years ago.
6.
But I highly if you don't know. See, these people who want to say Republicans are the party of blacks, or the
I never said
Democratic
that.
Left
Right?
Nation.
You said that.
Okay, motherfucker, I said people. I didn't mention you.
Well,
If I meant you, you do realize if I meant you, I would use your proper given name or the one I know about.
calm down.
I'm talking about people.
What
And
people?
the MAGA blacks in particular,
Oh.
who want to claim all
Oh.
this great stuff about the Republican Party.
Yes.
Neither party has a spotless record when it comes to American history and Black people. Both parties,
Mhm.
both parties have stains. And I think that MAGA blacks, and I have a criticism for people who just vote Democrat, but I understand why they do. And I vote Democrat because the Republican Party will embrace racism and racists.
Mm. How's that work for you?
Great.
Oh yeah. Well,
How could I possibly complain?
well, because you have a military pension.
No, I
That's
didn't retire from
like
the
I do.
military.
I have one too.
I did not retire from the military.
Well, I did.
Well, good. You got one up on me. So I have had to live by my wits and, hard work and all that stuff like everybody else.
Well, let me ask you, Stanley.
Sure.
I'm curious. You served in the U.S. Navy.
I did.
Why?
Because I like the military. Well, actually, it's not the military, it's the Navy.
Yeah. But why?
You know what?
You
I
know
was
what?
an
You know what?
Yeah, well, of course you want to mock, but I was
I'm
actually
playing. You know, we know. You know.
I did 4 years of Army ROTC. It's kind of a mindset. My father was in Vietnam, but look, it's not like the military was something I felt obligated to go into. But I have a very, I'm a math and science guy who can also do liberal arts.
You're a nerd.
Um,
We know. You're a
but the
nerd.
thing is I took 4 years of Army JROTC in high school. I had an Army ROTC scholarship for college. I mean, it was a full ride basically. As a matter of fact, I made money because I was an RA also. I was actually one of these few college kids who, shit, I'd have like $300 a month extra. But I did not like Army ROTC. The
Right.
FM 22-5. Well, I'm about to get into that.
Go ahead.
Everything was in a field manual. I went to. Do you know what camp all? Well, you were in the Army, right?
Absolutely. 4 years.
Okay. So
Mhm.
do you know what? Are you old enough to remember what Camp All American was? They
No,
had one at Fort Bragg and one.
no.
I think
That's
they had
Marines.
one on the West
That's
Coast.
Marines. That's Marines.
I'm sorry, what?
That's Marines. Fort Bragg is
No,
Marines.
no. Fort Bragg
Well,
is Army.
actually, they share the base with Army,
Okay,
Rangers, and
listen to
Marines.
what I'm
Okay.
listen to what I'm saying. Now
Now it's
we're
Fort Benning,
talking.
Georgia.
No, Camp All America in the summer of, I think it was 1988, was
Okay.
at Fort Bragg. Okay, dude, I spent, I think it was 4 months, 2 months, whatever the time was. It was more than, maybe 3 months, the summer in Fayetteville, North Carolina. It was an Army ROTC thing
Mm-hmm.
that they did. Now, I'm sure they've moved it all over the place over the years.
Yeah,
But
they have.
my point is that when I did it, it was at Fort Bragg, and the one time, because they would rotate positions, platoon leader, first sergeant, the company positions, these these battalions that they set up for the Army ROTC people. They were by battalion, but separated out by companies, etc. So you would take turns in leadership positions. And I had to do a nighttime ambush. I had to lead it as a company. I think it was a company commander position. And so you know what? It was my time as a rotation in the rotation. So I led it, successfully did the ambush. And then, but the thing is I didn't follow the FM 22-5. Dude, I basically wung it as in wing it. It was like, you know what? This isn't working. Let's do this. And the guy who graded the exercise was a special forces. He might have been a Green Beret. I can't remember. He wasn't Delta Force. I know that. Which by the way, at the time had a little compound at Fort Bragg. But anyway, he was a special forces major. And you know what? He was like, well, I'll give you an A, but you basically shot from the hip the whole exercise. It's like it's like yeah, you'd follow the rule and then something would change. So that's kind of where I started, like, dude, you know what? I've always been a quick thinker and off the cuff kind of guy. There are rules, but I'm also like, when the rules don't work, maybe you have to make up your own or bend them, to suit. I'm a very situational guy. Anyway, I just soured on Army ROTC, and I had a chance to get out scot-free. And my junior year, I'm like, you know what? I'm done with this. And the lieutenant colonel who was head of the program agreed with me. And I was lucky. But one compliment I did get in that lieutenant colonel had a PhD in psychology. And one day I was in his office, in trouble probably. And we got to talking about Sesame Street. If you actually want to know where the country's going, look at the cartoons, the kids programming. But anyway, he told my father this, actually, because I was in that kind of trouble. So he told my father, your son's probably the smartest person in this whole ROTC unit. But we're going to have a parting of ways. So I was just like, you know what? It was fun. But now that I think about it, the one thing that really soured me on the Army, did they do the dying cockroach thing when you were in the Army? It's like some motivational bullshit. Do the dying cockroach. And I've never, I just wasn't into those, the way the Army handled their business. So I have a cousin who actually died a few months ago. He's my age. He had pancreatic cancer, and it's a blow. We used to, like, he'd fly into Norfolk and we'd hang out. It really hurt me. But anyway, I happened to have gone down for his commissioning. He was a naval aviator. He was an NFO. And he was like, well, hey, Stan, the Navy is actually probably your thing. And I love the Navy because half the shit that happens at sea it's not in a rule book. I remember being in the Red Sea, and I don't remember exactly why we were doing it, but you've got like 4 ships. And if you know the Red Sea, it's not a huge body of water. You can go from Egypt to Saudi. I can't remember, but you can do it in an hour or 2 right across the Red Sea. So anyway, we got 4 ships, and we're just like exchanging personnel and mail, and the helos are flying back and forth. And at the same time, we're doing small boat ops. We're transferring people and equipment via boat and helo. And I'm the officer of the deck. So I'm like, this is the only time I can remember being under more pressure was yeah, Bragg is Army, Lejeune. Yeah. I was at Fort Bragg. It was Army ROTC. Thank you, Sin, because I couldn't remember. But in any case, and I guess Ryan's bored. When I talk about my experiences, all these MAGA people get bored, but I've
What?
actually lived this. So anyway, all I have to say
Oh, yeah.
is the Navy suited me more personality wise because sometimes you have to think on your feet in pressure situations, and that's where I discovered I'm really good at it. I'm really good at solving problems, especially under pressure. That's why I thrived because I'm a problem solver. I know how to fix shit.
Mm.
And the reason I know how to fix shit is because I've read a lot, I've experienced a lot. I will pull solutions from places I've had captains look at me and like, really? Dude, it also actually allows you to thrive in IT. Thinking outside the military box that the Army tends to place, at least on its officers. And maybe it's changed now. We're talking 35 years ago. I'm sure the Army must be, I'm sure since Iraq, special forces are the place to be. And I know they're free thinkers. But anyway, the Navy was just, I got into it. My cousin convinced me. I attended his commissioning down in Pensacola, and he kind of said, "Hey, you know what? I know you. You'd be good at this." And my father was like, "Yep, that's cool. Why don't you do it?" And the funny thing is coming out of college, I had a job offer from Merck. And the whole Merck thing is a funny story. It's the one time in my life where the old boy network actually worked for this particular black man. The last dude who interviewed me at Merck, his son had gone to the same school that I'd gone to for high school. So we didn't even talk about the job. We talked football. So the old boy network can work, just not that often. So now you know. Any other questions?
No, hell no. Shit.
Well, good. Savage looks confused. I have no idea why, but I suspect he's always confused to a certain degree. But you're golden. You're golden, Savage. So let's watch the end of this. And I see T's
Yeah,
show
go
has
ahead.
started.
Yeah.
Oh,
Play that.
well, I'm sorry, with your permission. Thank you for permission.
Yeah.
Between the ages of roughly 34
That's
to
your people.
45 from the
Yep.
sprinkle, but I
Smart
think
people.
it's very much in line with some other things.
Okay,
Huh?
last question.
Oh, wow. Hello, thank
No
you. This has
pressure.
been, I know, right? This is actually very informative.
That's his goddamn Uncle Tom over here.
Get my phone to open up.
God damn, do you really have to
The
talk
country's
over
getting more
videos like
diverse,
this?
and the
No.
Republicans have shifted to more of a suppression strategy than over outreach. And and now the Democratic Party tends to only do outreach during
Oh.
election years, and they're not really doing like a lot of building amongst.
Constantly as a bloc. It's just that African Americans are the most partisan of any racial, ethnic group or interest. And so one of the things that we see though, and that I think is really, really important to emphasize, is that even as African Americans are a captured constituency, we constantly see African Americans trying to fight back against that. So pushing back against that. So when I am, right, and he explicitly says, one party that is, takes black people for granted, the other party that writes you off, that's political genocide for black people. He says, so a group of people that is irrelevant.
She makes a really good point. Both parties have a black people problem. And the only reason blacks vote Democrat is they don't embrace racists
Oh.
so
I didn't hear
endearingly.
that.
So I mean, the Democrats do have a race problem, but it's a more condescending, pat you on the head problem. Whereas the Republicans, uh, they can be outright racist. Democrats just hide it better. And
Oh,
I think if you had to do it per
your party
capita,
does that.
uh,
Your party
yes,
does.
yes,
Well,
my party.
I'm
I'm
glad you
trying
said
to.
that.
Okay, I don't know why you need to be so disruptive.
Yeah.
You're like 12th. You're like 12th man all of a sudden. And
Mhm.
I put 12th man in the back a
It
lot
don't
when
matter.
when
You
he
said it.
comes up to my show and he wants to be disruptive. I have to take countermeasures.
Go ahead.
So what I was saying is that Democrats are just the lesser of two evils.
Mm. You said
Yes.
you're actually fucking Marxist.
So what we
I'm sorry. Who's Marxist?
They are Marxist. Your party is
Marxist?
Marxist. Yeah, Marxist.
Okay, well,
It's
again,
okay.
again,
He said
I
whatever.
understand
I
why
know.
someone I
I know.
understand why some
I know.
I understand why someone who doesn't read books would just think the whole Democratic Party is a Marxist party. That's that MAGA low intellect. That's the MAGA anti-intellectualism. If you read a book, you'll fucking not sound so stupid, Ryan.
Well, thank you. I'm still right.
Yeah, in your mind, of
I'm
course
still
you're
right.
right. In
Go
your
ahead.
mind. In
Go
your
ahead.
mind, in
Go
your mind,
ahead. Go ahead.
in your mind, and in John Galt's mind, and probably in Nidish's mind, and all these minds, meeting of the minds, if we can call them that. Of course, you think you're right because you don't read books. You don't want intellectual challenges to your bad, uh,
I'm bad.
your bad childish ideas of
Yep.
well, the childish take on American politics, while cute, it can't be taken seriously. I treat people who don't know shit about politics like children.
Yeah.
see, and again, we see this again in 1984 with Jesse
Go
Jackson,
ahead.
88 when he tries to again leverage within the Democratic Party is
What
running
man?
as almost as an independent candidate, but within the Democratic infrastructure, is pushing back. The problem is
Whatever makes you feel better.
are incredibly high, which means that so we see
Funny hearing a
Republicans,
MAGA
top
person
Republicans in
talking about
1976
feelings.
election
Mm-hmm.
to vote in his favor, he would have become the nominee, and et cetera, et cetera. The Black
Who's in the
Democrats
White
couldn't do
House?
it in 76. They
Not
couldn't
a
do it by 80.
communist.
By 80, they were ready to do it. 76, they
Oh,
could
I'm
not
glad
do
you
it.
bring that up.
Yeah,
Remind
that's why I
well,
said.
hold on.
Ooh,
I'm dude, you are my
ooh,
hero.
I know.
Tell just for the sake, so all the MAGA blacks who might listen to this know who's in the
What?
White House. Can you remind us?
Donald Trump.
Okay,
Going green, man.
why do MAGA blacks why do MAGA blacks bring up Obama so much?
Because they saw the comparison. This
Yeah, and
motherfucker, is a lot-
they literally sound
motherfucker.
like
Okay, you ain't gonna let me talk.
illiterates when they make
Uh,
when they make that comparison.
Whatever.
They
You asked me a
they
question.
literally
Talking from me.
okay. You've answered it. Now I can
No,
respond. Correct?
you didn't. No, you didn't.
Okay. Well, we'll make it quick.
I don't give a shit what you say. Go
Good.
ahead.
Well, then you can be quiet.
Go ahead. Everybody.
Obama is not president. Biden is not president.
Mm-hmm.
We are a year into the Trump 2.0.
Right.
Bringing
Okay.
up
Whatever.
Biden is literally
Yeah.
irrelevant. We're
Well,
we're talking about Donald Trump's fuck ups,
mm,
not
you voted for it.
Biden has nothing to do with it. He's been out of office for a year. Obama has been out of office for what, 10 years or so? But every time I criticize Trump, the MAGA blacks and the MAGA masses want to talk about Biden or Obama. I don't get it. Can't y'all take criticism? Trump is not doing a good job.
Bullshit.
The polls prove me right.
No. Polls
I
are
think they do.
reversed.
I think they do.
Nah. You're very selective, Stanley.
Of course I
You
am.
go
Why
on-
wouldn't I be?
Yeah.
Why would I?
Nobody
Wait,
else-
hold it. Why would I not be selective?
Because nobody else can. Only you.
Oh, no. See, you get me wrong.
Yeah.
You can be selective.
You
I
don't
just
hear it.
shit on
You don't want to hear
I
it.
just
Yeah.
I
You don't
just
want to hear it.
shit on your selections.
No, you
And
didn't.
y'all get
You don't want to hear it.
y'all get bitter
Deacon
about
Dave-
that shit.
Deacon
Okay,
Dave.
Deacon Dave is a bitter young man.
No,
and
he
so
ain't.
are you for that matter. Yeah, he is.
No.
See,
no.
people, I know
You
the
just-
MAGA
you just don't like
blacks
what we
and all
say, man.
dude, I
You just
literally
hate what we say.
I mock
Oh,
the
oh, yeah.
intelligence. I
Oh,
mock the
yeah.
intelligence of the MAGA blacks and enjoy
Bullshit.
doing it.
Bullshit.
Okay, if you say so. Maybe
I do say so.
you don't get it.
I do get it. You don't
And
care.
I do not expect you to get it, quite frankly.
That's okay. We're still friends, right?
And yes, of course. Now
Well,
I
then calm down.
I want to admit
I
up
ain't trying
front,
to put him up for it. You are.
I am literally being judgmental. I'm cherry picking my facts because I know no one can counter my facts that I run into on these panels. Not a goddamn one of you can. Not a goddamn one of you can.
Anyway.
See, talking about Obama is not a counterpoint. He's
Why
not
not?
president. Because it's not. You're talking history. Obama is in the history books now. He is not
But he did-
doing policy.
But he did set precedents, Stanley.
I don't think he did.
Well, he damn sure did.
Not
And every president
not
that
for
comes in
not
and
for
tries to
not
write
for MAGA.
executive order.
Not for MAGA.
Bullshit.
Okay, every precedent that
Bullshit.
Obama,
You know better.
every
You know better.
you of course you're going to overtalk me.
Go ahead.
Every precedent like the Affordable Care Act, Trump
Oh
is
my
trying.
God.
Okay, dude, I don't like to be overtalked like this.
Go ahead.
You're being disruptive. You're being a 12th man. Trump is trying to pull down any precedent that Obama might have set, and Biden too. So any precedent that Obama did is under attack, and he's not president right now. Donald Trump is, as you joyfully admitted. Donald Trump is not a good president. He's a tyrant. And he is also a grifter. He's the grifter in chief.
Okay.
Donald Trump has made between Donald Trump and his family, they've increased their net wealth by like $4 billion since in a year. Obama never increased his wealth by $4 billion. Neither did Biden. Any counter?
Oh yeah. You just made the shit up, man.
Oh yeah, I'm making it up.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
You know
Well,
better.
let me put it. It is you
whatever.
must. Well, I don't know if any of you. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of a group called the
Oh, God.
Replacements, but Paul Westerberg,
Oh, my God.
okay, God damn it. I do not like being overtalked like this, dude. It's disruptive. If you're high, just mute. God damn. I demand order on my panels. I'm not gonna fucking hold
You
your
asked me.
hand.
You asked me a question.
Okay, I asked you a question 10 minutes ago and you answered it. Don't you
Bullshit.
remember?
You
Don't
just
you
now.
remember? You literally
You
answered the
didn't care
question.
to hear it.
Okay,
You
no,
didn't
I
care to
heard
hear it.
it. I heard it and
It didn't.
shat upon it.
Okay. Well, whatever.
Thanks. So moving
Ah,
on.
how
Moving on.
convenient.
This point that I made about
Mhm.
Obama and the $4 billion.
You know what?
Yeah, okay. He's high and belligerent. This point I make about the $4 billion and Ryan Bardwell's response about it being a lie. Well, stupidity is freedom. That's the Paul Westerberg line. If ignorance is bliss, stupidity is freedom. And that should be the mantra for all the MAGA blacks and the MAGA masses. Stupidity is freedom. You're living a fact-free existence. That's why you don't read books. Facts, schmacks. We don't read books. We're free to think anything we want to think. We're free to make up our own conspiracy theories. Stupidity is freedom, bud. Happy 4th of July.
Unless you're on Stanley's panel, then that don't mean shit.
Oh boy.
Eh,
I'm probably the only one laughing at my own dumb jokes, but dude,
you are.
you're a hoot.
You are.
I am so
You
glad
are.
that you came up. You
I
are a
know.
hoot.
I know.
You are a hoot.
I know.
You're a hoot and a half.
Hoot nanny. Hoot nanny.
That's that as a matter of fact, that's one of the Replacements
I hope
albums,
I
one of
got
the
your
early
goddamn
albums.
likes and views up.
Did you? Shit, there are
I
only
said I
7
hope.
people in the
Well, they
okay.
ran off because you went. You
Yeah,
went
they
call me.
ran
You
off.
went call me. Yeah, you went call
Yeah,
me.
well.
Well, yeah. Who cares,
Well,
right?
it
Who
is
cares?
well, shoot. As I said, one day I will be monetized. Could be 2
One
years
day,
from now at this rate. Hey, it'll be nice and we'll throw a little party.
a party.
Why
Or,
not?
oh my God.
Nidus threw a party. Look how great
Well,
it went for him.
not well. No, well.
I'm not going to throw that kind of party.
That's who brings that shit up, man? Come on.
I do because I think it's
I
hilarious.
know you're Stanley.
That I am. And Lupin, hey man, how you doing, Lupin? So anyway, let's finish this video up. Lupin, if you're late to the show, I figured I'd open up, and I really didn't intend on doing this. I wanted to show it yesterday, but the Saturday shows sometimes go south, and it was fun. But I felt the
Oh my
need
God.
to try and inform some MAGA blacks about the Republican Party, and not all of it is bad, actually. But history's a bitch, and if you live a fact-free life, not knowing history,
Oh my God.
Trump allows fools to win, but it won't last forever. Smart people will actually win in the end.
Stop living in the past, Stanley.
Believe only one black delegate, Gloria.
God damn it.
Actually,
Oh, wait, hold it.
says, I'm gonna
Okay.
Yeah,
Did you just tell me to stop living in the past?
I damn sure did.
So who brings up Obama more
You
than I
do.
do?
I ain't
I
said a
literally
goddamn thing about him.
Obama passed
Oh,
your part. Obama passed your
Nope.
parched
You
lips.
did. You did.
Nah.
Nah.
Well, I brought up
Nah.
Obama because every time I criticize Trump, MAGA blacks want to bring up Obama. And these dumb
What?
fucks literally thought Obama was the president of black people. That's the other weird thing. Dude,
It's a
I'm
weird laugh.
sorry.
Stop.
The Affordable Care Act wasn't enough for black
No,
people?
no. It broke them. The
No,
motherfuckers
I
just couldn't support it.
don't think it did.
Okay, whatever.
Hey, I think the numbers will back me up on this.
What do you
Now
think? It's wrong.
you gotta
Stanley?
remember you live a fact-free life, so of course you have nothing to
Well,
back up your argument.
well, I know shit, dude.
That is
Dude,
true.
I know shit.
That is
No,
true.
I ain't participating.
Now show us, prove it.
What do you mean?
All right. Well, let's finish up
Okay.
this little.
Anyway, move on.
We've got less than 2 minutes of this video left, and
Are you gonna get some DoorDash?
Why would
Stanley?
I do that?
You know. No.
No, I haven't
Okay.
used DoorDash, by the way, in a couple years.
What?
But I do use Uber. Uber Eats.
Oh, that's
It's the
come
beer.
China.
It's my beer delivery service.
That's
But
coming China.
I threw some stuff into the crock pot. I don't really, oddly enough, I really don't do fast food. The older
Isn't
you
that
get,
weird?
the less it kind.
That's weird, huh? Who
It
does that?
is.
I
Well,
don't get that.
younger people, their stomachs are stronger.
Below 40?
I mean, I've always liked to cook, so
Yeah.
I've never needed McDonald's. I can actually cook.
Who
It's a
does
waste
that?
of money. It's a waste of money if you
Yeah.
actually think about it.
I do stir fry. Steak, stir fry, noodles, little.
Yeah, you can do all that. You can do all that at home.
Yeah. So why are we fighting about all this shit, man? Who cares?
I don't think we're fighting over food.
Nah.
And Uber apps app like for Tinder where
Isn't
they
that weird?
deliver your dates.
And they want
Wait, I don't know
15%.
I don't know that that's a bad idea, actually. I mean, you
They
could
want
set up a date.
15%.
You could set up a date and then, have the company pick you up and deliver you to like an agreed upon meeting spot. That's actually not a bad idea, King Pix.
No, man. It's like China owns that shit, man. It
I'm
does.
sorry,
It
what?
does. China owns it. China
China
owns
owns what?
Uber.
Oh,
Uber.
who cares? Who cares?
I do. I don't want
You
Chinese
do?
people coming here. You don't either, Stanley.
I hate to tell you this, but
You don't want Chinese.
China owns your Smithfield ham. Who the fuck do you think
I
owns
don't have that,
Smithfield?
man.
Who do you think
Now you're
owns
putting that
Smith?
on me.
Okay, bitch, this is ridiculous. China has businesses here. If you didn't know this already, when you go get your Smithfield ham, motherfucker, the Chinese own the company that produced it, and it's right there. I think it's in Smithfield, Virginia, right on the I can't remember the highway, but I used to take a back way between Norfolk and Emporia, Virginia, and you go through Smithfield, Virginia. Yeah, Smithfield hams. That company
Goddamn, how
got
do you know
bought
about that?
because I lived in Norfolk for 7 years. I was in
And
the
you
Navy
know
there.
that. You know that why?
That China owns Smithfield Foods?
Yeah.
Because it was in the goddamn news years ago.
I know. And why are you talking about it?
Is it North Carolina? I thought it was Virginia.
No, it's South Carolina.
No, there may be. Towns can have the same name and
Can you block me for saying the same damn thing you said?
I'm pretty sure it was in Virginia. It could be, yeah, because it
Okay,
was
you
on the
don't
way to
know,
it. Okay,
Stanley.
god damn it, dude. Stop talking while I'm talking. It's annoying. Sin, it could be North Carolina, because
It
it was
ain't.
Emporia. No, it's in Virginia. There might
No,
be a Smith. There might be a Smithfield, Virginia, but
there's three. There's three
Emporia
factors.
is in Virginia, and it's between Norfolk and North Carolina. It's in Virginia. And then there's the peanut thing. Virginia, by the way, produces more peanuts than Georgia. A lot of people don't know
You
that
want
either.
bull peanuts, right?
South Carolina produces more peaches than Georgia.
You want boiled peanuts.
Oh, I have raw
Yeah.
peanuts up in my pantry. I make
Hey,
them myself.
okay. So you're gonna pin on the Chinese,
I don't. They own
What?
Smithfield Foods.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Okay.
They
You put me in the back.
Japanese own U.S.
I said
Steel.
the same goddamn thing, but you put me in the back.
It's literally called U.S. Steel, and it's Japanese owned, at least all of it or a majority share.
Okay, you just made
Trump
that up.
Trump has that. You're kidding, right?
Kinda. I'm
Trump
looking
has
at it.
Trump has a golden share in I think it might have been another steel company, but Trump has a golden
Another.
share in that Japanese purchase. But yeah, Japan owns a
If
US
I'd have
steel
said
company.
the same goddamn thing you just said, and I didn't have actual
You
facts,
kinda didn't. I know in that mind of yours that
nah,
has smoke
really?
floating around in it. You
What?
think you said it, but
I
you
don't
actually
smoke.
didn't.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. So anyway, my opinion of China is
Your
they are
opinion.
knee deep. They are knee deep in America already. Oh, and by the way, your
By the way,
Trump in one of the
there you go.
trade deals with China has allowed, I think the number is 600,000 uh
Tons.
600,000 Chinese students at US universities. So what do I think of China? China is smarter. Xi is smarter than Trump is what I think. Any other?
Your opinion.
What's your opinion of China?
Are you asking me?
Why wouldn't I? You're on the panel, right?
Stanley? Well, number one, you're a Marxist. So
Am I? When
I think you are.
when I literally have said I'm not, you don't believe me?
No, I saw your last interview. You said, well, I'm not entirely on board with the Marxist regime. That's okay.
Well,
I don't even know what that means.
I basically think Marx has a good critique of
Oh,
capitalism.
wow, of course.
That's about as far as I take it. And probably what you don't know, you would
Don't
if you
know
read a
nothing.
book or two, is that
Nope.
socialism, while Marxian, does not have to be communism.
Oh,
Probably didn't know that.
no. How's that set with you?
I'm sorry, what?
No, I asked, how's that set with you? That you
How
can
does
be
what set?
one way and then another. Don't say
How does this I have no clue what you're talking about. Can you give
No,
me
I
an
actually,
example? Can you give me an example? I have no
no, I
clue
can't.
what you're
No,
talking
I
about.
can't. No, I can't.
Okay. Well, then I'm sorry. I
Are you
don't
mad?
think.
Are you mad?
Why would I be mad? I'm amused.
Okay, let me ask it this way.
Okay.
What is the correlation between Marxism versus communism to you?
Well, socialism actually predated uh Marxism for starters. They were talking about, people being socialists in the 18th century before Marx was even born.
Hmm.
Now, if you go back, and again, I don't know this history real well, but you go all the way back to post feudal uh, England. They were talking about socialism, like probably as far back as maybe even the 17th century. But I know socialism predates the concept of socialism predates quote Marxism. It predates Marx's birth. So that's a separation for starters.
I would agree. It is separation. So you serving in the United States Navy.
What does the Navy have to do with socialism? Great segue.
Well, you've never addressed it. You know,
Addressed what? Serving in the Navy?
defending democracy or however you looked at it, at the time. I know what I did. I know what I did in the Army,
Mm-hmm.
but you have never addressed that. That's,
Addressed what you did in the Army?
the reason.
The reason I what?
Okay, let me back up.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, you served in the Navy for whatever
5 years.
reason. Okay.
Yeah, and
Well, I said,
did I not explain them kind of
no,
in
you didn't.
detail?
No, you didn't.
Okay.
No,
I'm
you didn't.
sorry. You might have been drunk and or high. I literally
Really?
told you. I literally talked about the Army ROTC and I literally talked about my cousin's commissioning. I literally explained
No,
it.
you said that,
Now,
Stanley. You didn't
okay,
defend why you did.
I don't motherfucking need to defend anything. What would I defend?
I can defend mine
Okay, why do you need to defend what you did?
because I'm proud. I
Okay,
found it honorable.
maybe you and I have different ideas of what a
Oh, absolutely we do. You know
okay,
that.
there is nothing I need defend because
Okay.
who are you to find fault with it? Why would I defend when you're
I didn't
not
say
capable of
nothing about fault.
okay,
You said fault.
you want to interrupt like 12th man.
No,
I have nothing to defend. Why would you think I need to defend something?
re-ask that.
I'm sorry, what? Re-ask it. I've
Yeah,
done nothing wrong. Why would I defend?
you're making me feel like I've done nothing right by serving in the Army.
Well, I can't help your feelings, dude. My job. I think
Hmm.
you did a good thing by joining the Army.
Really?
Why would I think otherwise?
You are a total enigma.
Enigma?
Enigma.
Yeah. I know you want to try and get as close as possible, but
I didn't do it. I didn't
that
do it,
you that
motherfucker.
you that you were in the Army.
Yeah,
Congratulations. Thank you for your service. Is that
yeah.
what you
Well,
expect me to say?
but I know what I did there.
Well, good. What did you do? Was it something good?
Yeah.
Well, good. Be proud of it.
Man,
Anything else? I don't think you need to defend anything. You've done nothing
I
wrong.
don't. Okay, carry on.
Oh, thanks for permission.
Ah,
Um, and so we see a lot of this happening within these two-party systems. This is something that we should look at in the 2016 election, right? What does it mean that there is a drop when Michael Dukakis becomes the nominee? Right? A drop of 5% then may have actually cost Dukakis the election. So what does it say about the role of these individuals?
Hey,
Like,
Stanley.
one of the things that is
Yes, sir.
happening right now
When did you serve?
that in their attempts to
What year?
leverage
89 to 94.
Black
Okay.
voters are trying to put the onus back on the two-party political system. And again, that is really
By the
horrible.
way, I actually I found there's a cruise book of my second deployment online.
Okay. I have an
And
issue about
I don't
that.
know. I was
I
drunk
don't care
and
about
you
that.
know,
You know,
I'm sorry, what?
I don't care about that. You don't care about mine. I
Okay,
don't care
well,
about yours.
I'm leading up to a point, and it is my show. I can talk about
Oh, I
anything I
forgot.
want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you forgot. So,
Go ahead.
it's on that Navy point. I found it,
Oh,
and of
yeah.
course, I put up my cruise pictures of Lieutenant J.G. Stanley Cross from Savannah, Georgia,
I
up
can't hardly
on
wait to see it.
T's show. And yeah, of course the women were like, "Ooh."
Oh,
I when I was like what, 25, I wasn't ugly. And it's in my navy in those summer whites.
oh my.
So yeah, I was looking mighty goddamn navy. I, I do miss those days, but not that much.
Just in terms of the way that resources are allocated, party infrastructure, right? There's not a lot of,
Wow.
I know a lot of you guys are in a study group that talks about independence and a national third party movement. But oftentimes those third party movements are not necessarily about getting something, right, that party winning.
Hey,
It's
Stanley.
about forcing concessions from the two major political parties. So my guess
Yes,
is,
sir.
within the Democratic Party,
Does your past define who you are today?
take us,
Yes.
don't take us for
Why?
lost these minority
Give me
groups,
one sec.
Black
Be right
voter
back.
groups
Oh, God.
within the Democratic Party and trying to force concessions from them, particularly by pointing out, if you don't do what we need you to do, we just won't vote. We won't come out and we won't support you.
Hey, Leah, thank you so much for coming.
Hi everyone, my name's Dr. Matt Williams. I'm a tutor in politics and what is known as the Access Fellow here at Jesus College at the University of Oxford. Now, we are going to launch a
Oh
bit of
my
a study skills
God.
of videos in response to demand that we've received from lovely
You picked
comments.
the
So do please
weirdest
keep your
motherfuckers to
comments
put
coming
on.
in if you would like anything in particular to be helpful, but also just generally because the
No,
whole
I
point of
had
this channel is
to
to share all of the cheat codes on
nature called. Believe it or not, this video, I've actually already viewed it once, is
You
on
can put these motherfuckers, man.
well, no.
Weird.
This
They want
video is
squirrel.
called
Stanley.
this
Squirrel.
video. Okay. Yeah, he needs to overtalk. This video is called How to Read. And actually, I probably need to show it when there's a lot of MAGA blacks in the panel. Maybe they'll read something.
Oh my
So
God.
you were asking me about the past.
You think this son of a bitch is a fucking expert?
It's unimportant.
God damn.
Hopefully everybody knows how to read who
Oh,
comes to this channel. Is
Stanley.
reading optional
It's
in your mind?
fundamental.
I'm sorry, what?
It's fundamental.
Why did dude, have you heard
Don't
people
call
on
me dude
YouTube?
again.
Have you heard people on
I
YouTube?
heard shit.
Okay, I don't know why you gotta overtalk me constantly. What you drinking?
Corona.
Oh,
And
okay.
and
That explains it.
and
So what I was trying
ain't
to
drink that
say,
piss water.
you know what? You're probably drinking it with a lime, aren't you?
No. and that's you know.
So what I was about to say or
Go
ask,
ahead.
have you heard any of these uh content creators actually read a headline or something, they
No.
literally sound like sixth graders. It's like,
Well,
motherfucker, dude, why can't you read at speed? What is your reading level?
are you asking me?
No, I'm making pithy
Okay,
comments.
right. I
You
thought
you literally said that you have never seen any content creator read from a book or a headline up on the
I don't
screen.
have to. I don't have to.
Yeah, well, you don't. Of course, you wouldn't go to
I don't
people
have
that
to.
kind of Yes, because that's
That's
not
weird
your
to me.
thing.
That's fucking weird.
Absolutely.
Who does that?
Why would you go to a show where information might be read or,
Yeah,
something could
yeah,
be learned? You're
yeah,
just into entertainment.
yeah, yeah.
If it's not entertaining,
Mm-mm.
you hop to the next channel.
I'm
Which by
done.
the way,
I move on.
I have no clue
Move.
why you're here. Why are you
Uh,
here?
I don't know. You entertain me. Like you just said. You
Oh.
fucking entertain me, motherfucker.
So you were asking about
So
does the
you're old.
past
Okay.
you were asking about the past, if
Yeah.
my past made me,
Yeah.
or is it a general question? Are you talking about me
Well, like you
specifically?
said, it's general. You
Yeah,
compared me to fuck, man,
my
motherfucker.
answer is yes.
Uh, and you can back that, right? You can
Well,
stand behind that.
I can back it with an
What?
analogy. I can
Mm.
back it
No, generally,
You know what an analogy is, right?
I damn sure do, man.
Good for you. Well,
Yeah,
did you ever take earth science in high school?
I damn sure did. Yeah, yeah.
Good. Well,
It was boring as shit, man. Just boring.
when they talked about sedimentary layers, like the
Uh-huh.
Earth's crust, that's
Absolutely.
what the past is like. That's why you
Yeah.
have to dig. That's why they're archaeologists. The
Mhm.
past gets buried.
Yeah.
However, it is a foundation that,
And
the present and the future might build upon. That's kind of how I look at a person's past. You either
yeah,
learn from it
yeah.
or you don't, et cetera, et cetera.
But then again, it's still it's still your opinion.
Yeah. What else would it
Yeah,
be?
right. My opinion, you
But
and
you
your
know what?
opinion.
But you know what?
You know what?
My opinion is literally based on erudition. Yours is based on feeling.
Ah,
Stanley, I don't like
oh my God.
Oh, Stanley, you hate Trump. Motherfucker, why would I hate Trump?
You don't hate nobody.
I don't know the man. Why would I hate him?
Of course you don't. I love Trump.
Of course you do. And you never
Yeah.
you never even met him, but you loves you some Trump, don't you?
Yes. And
How can you love a person you've never met?
it's easy to me. Can you love a whore from afar?
Nope.
A bullshit, Stanley. You've seen bitches. Man, if I could get up in that. Yeah, but you can't.
All I have to say is
Well,
when I was a kid, I was never like a playboy person. If I can't actually if I can't touch a woman in my bed and hopefully she's willing to be in my bed,
oh
dude,
Lord.
why get all hot and bothered over someone you can't have or meet?
Well, yeah, well,
It's a waste of time, is what it is.
we're both widowers, so let's leave it.
Are you? Did you tell me that before?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
You know what? I apologize. I forgot.
That's
So,
okay. You was crying and
well,
shit.
I can feel your pain.
I ain't gonna pay. I'm good, man.
Pain.
Hey. No, we're good.
Good.
Go ahead.
So what you cooking tonight?
You ain't gonna like it.
Oh,
You ain't gonna like
who
it a bit.
knows?
You
Who
gonna say
knows?
some weird shit and you ain't done it just right.
Is it stir fry?
No. Hell no. No. No.
You probably don't even own a wok, do you?
I damn sure do. See, there you go.
Well, it's just a joke, damn it.
God damn it. We got a JP up here and just even this shit out, man. He's banned too.
Actually,
God
this
damn it.
wasn't. What do you miss him?
No. Oh, he hates my guts. It's
Why is
weird.
that? What'd you
I
do
don't
to
know.
him?
It's weird. Because I ain't a.
Why does it keep doing that? Taking my sound
Uh-oh.
off. Hold on.
Oh Lord, you gonna do that? You gonna put tea up there?
Well, gotta give us something to watch while we're chatting.
I just shut it down.
Yeah,
No,
you're
actually, I
interesting.
I do.
You're
I do.
interesting after several Coronas.
I know,
Why
right?
run now?
Yeah.
Aren't we all though?
Yeah. Man, they got messy other than that. You see that?
Who did? T?
P and 777. Man, that was brutal.
Look, I
I
did
left.
not see
I
it.
fucking left, man. I
I
can't
did
do
not
that.
see it, but I'm
Oh,
gonna be you probably know my opinion of 777, so I don't
yeah, I
need
do
to
too.
get
I
into
just couldn't
depth.
do it, man. It was bad.
Yeah, and I kind of know where you would go with that.
I just can't.
It does get challenging. I'll put it that way.
I just couldn't do it, man. I even told him. I said, I'm
it's
out.
chal-
I'm out.
it's challenging to listen to because it's not fun.
No,
I get
no,
your point there.
I just couldn't do it. I even told him I'm out. He's oh shit. He's Rod Bird was out. I can't do
Oh
this.
my God, really?
It's gross. It's gross, man. This might be for some people. It ain't for me, man.
No, I don't get, dude. I don't get why people worship 777. He's
I don't
like
even
some
know it. I don't know
He
it.
was like, well, I know him more than I did, but I used to hear, like back when I was on John Galt's channel, people would go, oh, you're kind of like 777, 777, and I used to hear
Bullshit. He's
all
bad.
this legendary stuff. And I think it was on T's show. He reappeared, and I was kind of tipsy on T's panel, as I sometimes am. And you know what? I dispatched this dumb fuck like in 2 minutes. It was like, really? He's a legend?
No, he ain't.
Well, I know that now.
He that's weird. He's trying to compete with Imperious, which is weird.
Well, Imperious was up here a
Yeah.
couple days ago. Which is, I know who Imperious is. The one thing I have to say about Imperious, and I know I'm diverting a little bit, but Imperious has actually never been. He's always been a thoughtful person, a thoughtful conversationalist. You have to engage. You have to engage him on something that he's actually interested in. That's my experience. So, people, come into my chat, no, he's a racist and all that. He's literally never done any of. No, he's never. He did try, and I had to shut it down. But he's just testing the waters. But
yeah,
honestly, he. I can believe he's a lawyer if you actually talk to him, and in a weird offhand way. We were kind of it's something about Catholic schools. It's rigorous, and they, like, I was trained by Benedictines. they weren't having any of this whiny bullshit. It's like, you know, we had my first class in high school was Father Anthony's Latin class, and we didn't believe he was a priest. We literally didn't, because he cursed like a goddamn sailor. It was like shit. And like 2 years after the class, we used to do mass, if not every day, it was almost every day. And one day he led the mass. So we had to believe he was a priest. But I mean, it literally for a couple years, it's like, nah, he's not really a priest. He not acting like he does. So, but anyway, the point is look, it is an oddly rigorous education. It is an odd education, but it is, kind of rigorous. Dude, in my senior class, we had 5 people. My senior class was 96 people. 5 of them went to military academies. That's like a really high number for such a small class. So, there's that. So in any case, Imperius has always been kind to me, or at least engaging. And
You know why?
No.
Because he's been kicked off every panel in the world.
Well,
Yes, sir.
even when he hadn't pissed off every panel, like 2 years ago on I used to
He was
do that
on.
overnight thing on John Galt's channel. He used to go on CTs all the time.
Yeah, well, that's
As a
over.
matter of fact, that's how I know him, from CT's panel.
Yeah.
But no, I don't accept your reason why, because he's been on my panel even back in the day.
Well, he was on Orthodox today.
I bet he
Of course,
cut
he got
up, didn't he?
Yeah, he got kicked. He just couldn't.
And you know what? No. Did
No,
he
he
call
did.
him? Did he?
Was there?
Did he use the
Oh,
word
he did.
hillbilly?
Oh, he did.
Did he? So he used the word hillbilly, right?
He did. Sure did. I was there.
You know what? That would be predictable.
And even Brave was up there, and when he saw the shit, he dropped. I'm like, oh my god.
Hey, all I have to say, and I've been up. I go up on Orthodox's
Really?
panel every now and again. Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah.
think Orthodox is he's a good young man, but
Oh
he's
yeah.
got some.
His birthday was today.
Let's just
Yeah.
say, let's
It was a birthday today.
let's just say he's quirky, and some of his racist ideas are anathema.
Mhm. Oh, he'll tell you. He'll tell you, man. Oh, he'll tell you.
Yeah, he and I, shit, he's been on this show. He and I talk, and he's always respectful, but dude,
Yes.
he knows how I think. Well, he's from Georgia. He
Yeah.
really doesn't live that. He actually doesn't live that far from me, if I recall.
Hell, he sounds like me, man. He talks like me.
Are you in Georgia?
Hell no, I'm in Texas, but we have that thing. We have the thing.
Yeah, Southern accents.
Yeah.
There's a
Well,
now
you
the
share
other.
you have a kindred. You have a kindred.
Look, let me tell you something, and it's
Oh,
odd,
God.
but you will dude, I will never. Once I left Virginia, I will, dude, I lived in Rhode Island for 2 years. I will never live north of Baltimore ever again. And I used to tease my wife, who's from Virginia, that Virginia isn't the South. Any state that has North in the name isn't the South either. It's like if I walk into a restaurant and I order iced tea and they go sweetened or unsweetened, it's not the South. It's not the South. Motherfucker, tea is sweetened. You have to order unsweetened. Dude, if they had it, it used to piss my wife off actually. I mean, in a good way. I was just teasing her. But Virginia isn't the South. What the fuck?
Stanley, but now they offer half and half. Half sweet.
No. Well, it's so funny because I actually make iced tea. Like I've made bergamot, Earl Grey iced tea, which is actually really delicious. And shit, I need to drink it because it's been in the refrigerator a while. But yeah, but of course, I don't like it real sweet. Like,
No,
it'll
no.
rot your teeth out sweet. I like a hint of sweetness,
It's like
but as you
Popeyes.
get older,
Popeyes.
But you know what? When I lived in Norfolk, uh, Mr. Coffee used to make a tea maker. You're probably not old enough to remember it, I bet, but there was a Mr. Coffee like iced tea maker, which was kind of a ripoff. You can make it in a pot in boiling water in tea bags.
You steep
But
it. Steep it.
and you know what? I wonder if I still have it, to be honest. But no, it was like brewing coffee, but the pitcher thing would have ice cubes in it. But here's the deal: brewed tea, no. Uh, people will, you'll go into a restaurant and they'll go, "Well, we have iced tea. Which brand do you want?" If it's not motherfucking brewed sweet, bring me a Coke. Bring me a Coca-Cola. I'm not drinking that shit. If I have to put the sugar in, the tea with ice cubes, nah, that's not gonna be good. So that's my brand of Southern, which is probably more coastal, Charleston, Savannah, Mobile, that sort of, even New Orleans, that sort of South. It's a coastal South. So you're token?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you didn't smoke.
Well, I got a vape.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, look, I'm going to shut this down, and I am going to go over to T Show because I see Speak Radio's over there, dude. The people who hung in there, like Ms. Sin and Mr. Yeti and Mr. CKJ3 and King Picks. I certainly appreciate, dude. It was boring as fuck, but you
What?
actually did make you actually did make
I
content,
tried.
and
God damn it.
the master sponsor and or producer of this show, Lupin Reigang, being in the chat. You're a star, man, and I appreciate you being here. And I know my show's kind of gone wacky, but I'll write the show. It is a little bit it is a little bit off the rails, but I'm going to keep the off the rail thing for Saturdays. I try and keep it a little bit more serious during the week.
The
But
fuckery.
yeah, I'm okay with the fuckery. But Ms. Kimmy has basically said you got to probably create a second channel because the two don't always mix well. Shiesty Bum, another one, but I'm glad Shiesty Bum dropped by because I know. Look, I'm hopefully Mike 123 comes back.
You
I'm
see
sure
that?
he will.
Yeti's gonna clip me.
Something yeah, he's free to do it. I don't think, can you actually clip the show?
Yeah.
I'm not.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's odd.
That's probably gonna piss you off.
Oh, no. Well, here's the deal. There's an option in the YouTube background that basically doesn't let you clip shows. But I don't know if you're watching it live,
don't
you might be
qualify.
able to clip it.
You don't qualify.
It's a oh, you can clip
Nope.
but not post.
See?
Okay, well
Oh,
I mean
no.
that hey, if you can't post it, it's not a clip. However, Yeti, talk to me. You have my permission to clip it. I trust you. If you think
Oh,
it's funny,
Stanley.
just email me, Yeti. You have my permission to do it.
He knows. He explain it to him. He gets it.
Right. I have the setting off, but let me put it to you this way, Yeti. I will do what I need to do to get you your clip. I trust you that much.
Okay,
Even if
Stanley.
dude, I can Yeti, I can actually like download the raw audio, the raw video and audio from StreamYard, compress it, and even post it. Might be able to post it on Discord.
Yeah,
There's a way to do it. I'll figure it out.
Okay. Hey, Stanley.
Yes, sir.
This is gonna piss you off a little bit. A little bit.
Okay. Let's check it out. Let's try it.
Go back to John Galt's last video
Mm-hmm.
and look at that shit, man.
What shit?
It was sad. Where the motherfucker left him and he's still bagging
Well,
up all the bullshit.
Well, wait, hold it. Who
Yeah.
left him?
The African guy. This
I have no clue. Which Abiola?
no, none of your goddamn chatters. They wouldn't do that. Number one.
Well, I mean, John Galt's chatters. You remember I used to be over there.
Yeah. I ain't talking about that, man.
Speaking of which, Abiola came into the chat and
You
God
wouldn't believe
damn it.
this shit, man.
Well,
Piss bottle.
hold on one sec. Hold on one
Piss
sec.
bottle. That's
Abiola, or anyone in the chat, if you see Abiola, tell him I said hello. He showed up in the chat and I was kind of in the middle of something. I saw him but forgot to respond to him. So please tell him that I wasn't ignoring him or anything like that. I was in the middle of something. So, if y'all see Abiola out in YouTube somewhere, just tell him he's cool with me. I say hi, hello, and I missed him. I feel bad about that actually.
Anyway,
I'm sorry. So go back to do you really want me to show a John Galt thing? Because we have struck a truce. I don't want to shit on John Galt.
I don't want you to. I want you to show it.
Why? So he can strike me?
No, he won't do that. He won't do that. Stanley, stop.
Yeah, he will.
Bullshit. Stop, man.
Okay, motherfucker. If I get a strike, it's gonna be on you.
Okay, I will donate. No,
I don't give a fuck about the
you
money.
wouldn't believe the shit. You
you
wouldn't believe it.
I try and stay out of YouTube jail. It's my point.
It's retarded, dude.
Who's retarded?
He let this motherfucker stay in there for like 2 years.
Oh, wait, hold it. Why do I need? It's none of my business. That's John's
But it
business.
is. But it is.
Yeah. No. I will not
talk about it later.
I will not.
You will talk
care.
about it later.
Look, let me put it to you this way.
Stanley,
John Galt is a landlord. His business decisions are not my business. It's not even.
That's not what I'm talking about, Stanley.
Well, then what the fuck? Can you be precise in your language?
I'm trying to. You won't let me.
You have your time now.
Oh, goddamn. Go to John Galt, Urban
I
Legend.
need you to explain the purpose of me
I
going there.
tried to.
Well, then try
This
again.
motherfucker he let live there trashed it. He had
So?
17,000 piss bottles.
So?
I knew
And by
you
the
could
way,
on that.
let me also
Who
tell you
does
this. Okay, listen to what I'm saying.
I'm
That
listening.
happened years ago. It's not a
Bullshit.
recent event.
No, it didn't.
Well, maybe it happened a second time, but
No.
dude,
This
okay,
was in
listen to what I'm saying, Ryan, and I must get this out
okay.
uninterrupted.
Go ahead.
That piss bottle thing, John, if this African did it, if it's a new video, it's not the first time that John, as a landlord, has had to deal with piss bottles. There have been videos of that 2 years ago. So there's no reason for me to. I know it happens when you rent rooms. You're the last chance renter in the hood. Nothing surprising.
All right, Stanley.
Well, I mean, it's not.
Whatever.
John has gone through this before, is all I'm saying.
Okay.
Well, how's it okay?
What?
You go back, talk to John,
Whatever.
because you go up on, when he comes back,
Yes.
go up on his panel and
I
ask
do.
him, how many times have
It's
you had
fucking
piss
gross,
bottles?
man.
Okay. How many times has John had to clean up piss bottles in his landlord career? So this African doing it is par for the course, is my point.
Stanley. You okay.
Well, I'm sorry I disappointed your fun, but I'm not. John is a businessman.
He is, like I am.
His business.
Would you not put up with that shit?
Well,
Stanley?
hold on. I don't know how you have come into this. We can deal with that in a minute, but we're talking about John Galt.
God.
Unless you're John Galt. Are you John Galt?
No.
Okay. John is a businessman. He knows his business. I will give him his due. He knows what he's doing, and he knows that every now and again you're going to have to clean up a piss bottle, but I don't need to watch videos of that.
You wouldn't believe it, Stanley.
I'm sorry, what?
I've never seen this shit before in my life.
Motherfucker, are you a landlord?
I was.
Are you now?
No, no.
Okay, well, maybe you weren't doing it long enough to know what John knows.
Okay, goddamn.
I'm sorry. John and I disagree on many things.
I know.
But however,
you would never spend
I will not take away John's skill at his business. He knows what the fuck
would
he's
you
doing.
have somebody piss all over your
Motherfucker, I don't want to be a landlord. I would never be a
I
landlord.
don't either. I'm telling you. You don't want to.
Okay, so why are we getting upset?
Because you need to know. It's not funny, motherfucker.
Okay.
If you had seen what I saw.
What's not okay? Well, motherfucker, I don't want to see
Don't
what you saw.
call me motherfucker.
Can you live with that?
No, hell no.
I don't want to see what you saw. I know for a fact that John Galt, John Galt is a competent landlord. He knows what he's doing.
He's gonna help.
I don't need to watch John Galt videos to give him business advice.
You're mean. You're just fucking mean.
How is it mean to compliment
You don't
John
care.
Galt?
You don't fucking care.
No, I do not care.
No,
it is John's business. I'm not an investor.
Yeah.
Why would I care about John's business? That's John's job.
You should. Kinda. A little bit.
Why should I care about John Galt's business?
Because he's doing
hold on. Yeti, can you clip this? Why the fuck would I
See?
care about John Galt's? I'm not making money off of it. Why would I care?
But you're gonna repost this shit later.
No, I'm not.
Bet you do.
We are not watching John Galt's video. I haven't watched
Well,
the John Galt video in quite some time. Now we were up. Were you there? We were up on CT's panel 2 or 3 weeks ago.
yes. I'm a mod.
Okay,
No,
and that is literally the end of it.
I hope so. Because there ain't no real thing there, you know. You can't just, Stan, if hypothetically you had some rental property and some motherfucker came in there and did your property that way. I mean, just piss bottles. Hell, I lost count at 83.
Mm-hmm. You were counting piss bottles in a video. Go ahead.
Because John said, look at this shit, man. This is what these motherfuckers do. Latino's like, yeah,
He probably said black motherfuckers.
okay. No, he didn't. He damn sure didn't. No.
Okay, and you bringing Latino actually kind of burst my bubble. Latino's a fucking
God damn it. Why do you have to be this way?
Latino is a fucking moron. Bringing him into it is really just.
Well, he was there.
It has literally made me lose interest.
Well, God damn it. Why do you gotta be this way, man?
Hey,
I'm
color
telling you
me,
shit.
color me judgmental.
I do. It's weird. It's fucking weird, man. Anyway.
When you become 60, young
Oh
man,
my God.
you will understand.
Yeah,
my
I don't
point.
know.
You just got what, 8 years? 6 years? I can't remember.
Stanley, stop. Go watch the video, man. It's up there.
No, I want joy in my waning years, and watching piss bottles on a John Galt video just does not sound like it does not sound like joy. I'm sorry, it just doesn't.
That's weird. You would defend that. That's crazy.
Okay, see, this is what books could help you understand. I'm not defending shit. I haven't seen the video. I'm just going on your. I'm going on your third hand description. Well, John saw it. John saw it. Then he put it on video.
No,
and
he
then
live
you
streamed
saw it.
man. You don't care.
Oh, he live streamed it? Oh
Absolutely.
shit. That's even okay. Well, then secondhand. My bad. So
Oh my God.
then I don't, dude. How is watching John Galt live streaming piss bottles going to bring me joy?
I didn't say it. It would bring you joy. It would bring you
Motherfucker,
content.
I didn't say you said that. I am asking you a question. Why would it bring me joy? Why would I watch it?
No, it would make you have clarity,
Motherfucker, I have clarity
Oh
now.
my God.
I don't have to watch John
care.
Galt videos about
You're
piss
gonna
bottles.
excuse black
How much
behavior.
more clarity do I need?
You don't care.
I don't watch piss bottle videos.
Okay. Yeah, I know it's
That's
weird.
hey, that's you and John Galt's kink.
Hey, buddy. Motherfucker. But I get it. You're gonna excuse them all. It don't make a fuck what they do.
So not watching a video is excusing? Ooh,
Yes.
you do need to read a book.
I know, right? I'll work on it. I got a stack of them, man.
Well, God damn it, you were in the army. You know how to read. They don't take
I
them if
do.
you don't know how
Man,
to read.
I tell you what, I still have the Army manual right there.
Do they still have the FM 22-5?
No, not to me. No.
Oh no, it
No.
used to be like back in the early 80s, literally. They literally would call it the Bible. Now there were other field manuals. There were other field manuals that it would reference so you could do farther or further research.
Yeah, I didn't have that.
No. FM 22-5, it was like they literally called it the Bible. The Army did.
I didn't have that.
Well, even the Army can evolve. It's good to hear that they did.
God damn. Hear me.
I have no problems with the Army.
Okay.
Why would I?
I don't know. Just how you are.
How am I?
Well, you're not us, so.
I'm not us? What the fuck does? Of course not. I'm me. Do I need to buy you a Warner's?
No, you don't. Just
Okay.
keep being Stanley. Just keep
See,
being Stanley.
you know what? It has to be good enough because I can't be anyone else.
No, you can't.
And I will always. I have 284 loyal subscribers, and it will grow organically.
I'm proud of them.
Well, you should be proud of them. They have a high tolerance for boredom. Or
I know,
they
right?
just don't watch.
I know, right?
Well, I have to say, and I know, kind of how this works. But if I have 284 subscribers and I have 360 views, I'm not going to complain. And I don't have the technology to know whether all 284 subscribers watch the show, for a few minutes or not. But hey, a lot of people watch the show. A lot of people don't subscribe to it, and I understand why. Because I don't use kid gloves. I speak my mind.
Yeah. They get.
They what?
They get it.
Do they?
Yeah.
That they don't have to be here. I'm not going to cry if they don't subscribe.
Yeah.
Well, good for them. They are smarter than I give them credit for.
Well,
we got some smart YouTubers picking and choosing what they can. Dude, I'm never going to criticize choice. Why would I? If I'm not your cup of tea, fine.
It's your goddamn channel, man.
At least until it gets struck. Apparently, any black man who's controversial, that's what I'm hearing from 90. Apparently, if you are a black male, you're in YouTube's crosshairs. Which I actually find utterly ridiculous. Roller skater Texas girl. Oh my Lord. Royalty is in the house. Ma'am, how the heck are you doing? I know you don't want to hit the link, but damn, it's good to see you, ma'am.
So calm down.
Oh no, I love her.
Oh, she's married, so
I know she's married. I know she's look, see, you can be enthusiastic about a beautiful athletic woman. And not
Put
be
that on
not
me.
have lust in your heart. I'm not Jimmy
Keep-
Carter. I don't
yeah.
have lust in my
Jimmy
heart.
Swaggart?
No, I'm specifically talking about that Playboy interview that Jimmy Carter
Oh
did,
my
where he
God.
said he has lusted in his heart. I don't lust in my heart.
Oh
I
my
just think
God.
yeah, that knowledge shit is intimidating, isn't it? Roller skater, I think you're a great woman. So good to see
Oh,
you,
I hope
man.
he can.
And see, she knows quality.
She.
The roller
Oh my
skater.
God.
Oh, is it like water on the Wicked Witch of the West with you if I give a woman a compliment? See, this is the odd thing about your ilk.
Ah,
Your ilk sees women as prey.
you will label me, motherfucker.
Well, hell,
Well,
deny it.
hell.
Well,
Oh
let
my
me
God.
make the comparison,
Oh shit, you will.
and then you can confirm or deny.
Nah. Nah.
Okay, I don't
Oh
look at.
shit.
Oh, look, it's hurting. That truth is hurting you,
It's
isn't it?
just
It's
whatever, man.
the
You make
truth
it
is
up. You just
painful.
make it up.
Oh, help me, Lord! Don't let him steal my
Motherfucker.
truth.
You sorry motherfucker.
Don't, please, God, don't let him tell my truth.
Oh my God. That's fucking sick, man.
It indeed it is.
Oh my
But
God,
what
you're
I
sick.
was going to say is that, look, I don't view women as prey. I view them as partners.
Oh my God.
Oh, I know that truth is hurting. And did I put salt in a wound? And by the way, you should know what I'm talking about. I miss my
don't know what the
my
fuck you're
wife every
talking
damn
about,
day.
Stanley.
Hey,
You just make
you know
this
what?
shit up as usual.
Motherfucker, you were married.
What?
You know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. You're just making this shit up.
All righty.
Don't put me in your bullshit, man.
All righty. Then you
All
don't
righty then.
you don't deserve my bullshit.
God damn it. That's weird, man. That's fucking weird.
How is it weird? Am I hurting your
It's just
feelings?
fucking weird. You don't put me in that shit.
Okay, well, stay out. You can be the unenlightened masses.
Unenlightened. That's some boozy shit, man. Oh my God.
Did you say some bougie shit?
Yeah.
I'm not going to
Bougie.
disagree. Hey, I'm
Well,
sorry. I had
don't
wonderful
apologize, motherfucker.
dude. I literally had a wonderful childhood.
Yeah.
I had awesome black parents.
I
My
think you
father's
should have
still
got
around.
beat more.
That's why I'm sorry. You know what? My father would disagree, and my mother certainly would.
Your ass should have got beaten.
Oh, a time or two it's happened.
Oh.
You only got beaten twice?
Okay, all I have to say is these MAGA blacks can't accept that
God.
I am not maladjusted. I had a
Yo, don't
wonderful
call me a MAGA
childhood.
black. Don't do that, bro. You already know I'm not a part of
Motherfucker,
that
I'm talking to Ryan. Why are you
You see how
interjecting?
that happens? You see?
Yeah. See, I was talking to Ryan, King Shenard. If you're not a MAGA black, that's even
Shalord
better.
with his bullshit. He
shit. Yo,
hates
let me ask y'all a
everybody. He
question.
hates everybody.
Let me ask y'all a question real quick. Can I
Is
get
it
the
go-
mic?
is it gonna be about tap dancing?
Oh, he hates everybody. Yeah, he don't give a fuck.
Ryan, are you a Dixiecrat?
No.
What would
How
you
dare you ask me
consider
that,
yourself?
Stanley? Drop it.
You do know this is
You don't get the
2026,
Oh,
right?
Stanley, you
Yeah.
want to drop me, Stanley? I told you to drop me.
I'm sorry, what?
Man, that's fucking
Oh, did
rude.
he?
He told you
Well,
to
no,
drop me, bro.
Yeah, and
And
Are you gonna do that?
motherfucker, it's my show. If I do, it'll
Oh,
be
I'm
my
just checking,
decision.
bro. I'm just checking. I don't know if you're tap
Motherfucker,
dancing right now.
I don't know why Shenard's like that, man.
that you
It's weird.
had to
I
check,
thought we were cool.
Bro, I don't know why you're like that.
Oh my lord,
I
why
don't
are
know why
y'all?
you're being a dick.
Why do you support tap dancers? Why do you do that? Why do you feed them? Why do you
I'm
give
just
them bread?
wait. Are you talking to me or Ryan?
He don't know.
Listen, Stanley,
He's
listen
just
more.
mad. He's mad.
Why do you support tap dancers?
I don't.
I'm not talking. Yo, you gotta listen more, Stanley.
Oh
He
well,
hates you, Stanley.
let me help you out with a
I'm
bit of.
done.
It'll be a bit of a English lesson.
I'm not talking to you, bro.
You start the sentence by addressing
You're
the
drunk.
person. The
You're drunk.
sentence. Okay, bitch. Enough.
Bitch.
Start the sentence with the name of the person you're addressing, and
He don't know.
there's
So
less
he think
confusion.
characters.
So next time you're talking to Ryan, address him as Ryan, and then start the sentence.
You can't use any context clues.
That's just a no, motherfucker. Why would I do I don't see your face on YouTube. See,
There's
if I saw
something
your
wrong
face,
with this
see, again, too much knowledge. If we were in the same room, you would look at Ryan, and the context clue would be that you're talking to Ryan. But we're on YouTube. I can't see you. We're not in the same room. That's why you use English effectively to address the person you actually want to talk to. I hope this helps.
All right, Stanley, are you drinking right now?
Why is it any of your business?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Are
take that
you?
as a yes.
You first. You first. And wait,
Yeah,
what is
drunk,
that drill
and I
sound?
smoke.
What is that drill sound? It is so annoying. Drill sound? Who's got the drill sound? So go ahead. Oh wait. Shenard has muted. Ryan, any response to the non-question that we couldn't figure out who it was addressed to?
Yeah, I was
Oh, there
asking
you
if
are.
you're a Dixiecrat.
Me or Ryan?
I mean, like, would you consider yourself a Dixiecrat?
No. Dixiecrats
I'm
went
talking
out
to Ryan, bro.
round
Oh,
Okay, I tried to teach you how to use English effectively, and it fell on deaf ears.
Ryan.
So now we know. Now we know the question. Now we know the question is addressed to Ryan. Ryan, can you respond?
I know you're trying to be funny, but it's really not.
No,
think
I'm
anybody's
literally
trying
trying to teach you how to use English.
All right. Answer the question, Ryan. Oh, so now you're silent.
Yeah. Did Ryan run scared? What's up with that, Ryan? Maybe he had to use the
This is
toilet.
the problem that I have with whites like Ryan,
Motherfucker.
Savage.
Well, Ryan
All those
says he's
clowns that
not
support
white.
these tap dancers.
Ryan says he's not white.
Ryan, are you a Republican? Did you vote Republican?
Yeah.
You did. You voted for Trump?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
And
Oh,
I think you're a Dixiecrat, bro. Have
I
you ever
don't give a
voted a
fuck what
Democrat?
you think.
wait, how
Have
do
you ever
you?
voted-
How
have you
does
ever voted
is
Democrat?
Trump a Dixiecrat? Shenard,
that.
oddly enough, I think I'm going to take Ryan's side.
God
And
damn.
stop asking dumb questions. Dixiecrats don't exist anymore, son. You read a history book, but you forgot to finish the chapter.
Stanley, I think you have a problem with nuance.
What?
I think you have. I think you have a problem with knowledge.
No, you have a very simple way of thinking.
No,
You're not
motherfucker.
understanding. Like instead of
It
letting someone get
seems
to the point,
simple.
I'm asking
I
questions for
did.
a reason. You don't know
Okay, well,
why I'm asking these
motherfucker, get
questions.
on with the
You're
Stanley, you
assuming.
love
interrogation.
this shit, man.
Yeah, now everybody's
It's
well.
obvious
Blue
that
Dog
Ryan is supposed
Democrat.
to answer
A
these
blue.
questions.
Well, hold on. Zhang brings up a good point. A Blue Dog Democrat is not necessarily a Dixiecrat. I think I grew up in Georgia, and Sam Nunn and people like him were conservative Democrats, maybe Blue Dog Democrats, but Dixiecrats were basically, by definition,
Southern Democrats.
racists. Okay, I
Modern
don't
day
get why
Southern
you need to
Democrats.
interrupt my
A different
lesson.
flavor of it.
Disruptive students are an annoyance.
Stanley, are you a Southern
Dixiecrats
Democrat?
Dixiecrats do not exist anymore, is my point.
Are you a Southern Democrat?
No.
Are you a Democrat?
Yes.
Do you live in the South?
Absolutely,
you were
in
born
Georgia.
In the South. You were born
Yep,
in the
Savannah,
South, right?
Georgia.
You are
Savannah,
a Southern
Georgia.
Democrat. You have the same mindset.
Okay, well, see, talk about
Dixiecrats,
simpleton. Talk about simpleton,
basically Southern Democrats.
dude. This is literal. Talk about unnuanced. See, let me make a weird point. The other day, I was trying to make sourdough bread, and I let it over ferment, so it basically the dough got really liquidy. So I couldn't make actual like sourdough bread. I had to pour it because it became like batter. Poured it into a pan and recovered it as focaccia, basically. That's nuance. But I
What's the
understood
definition of nuance?
Something that you're not good at.
No, what's the definition of it?
It's literally understanding the complications of a simple point.
Okay.
You can Google it. I don't have a Google definition, but I've told you my understanding.
No, I was asking because I'm on my phone right now, so I can't.
Okay, well, motherfucker, you don't have the kind of phone where you can talk and Google. Can I?
I mean, if I do that, it'll kick me out of streaming.
Well, you can always come back, but being right is more important than being kicked out. Sounding like a fool because you don't have access to Google, doesn't work for me.
All right, can I ask? Let me ask Ryan a question.
Okay,
that's
you
okay.
Can ask. You can ask. Can you say ask?
Okay. Ask tap dancer.
Thank
Look at you
God.
tap dancing.
Finally. That's the other thing. I'm gonna ban the N-word and I'm gonna ban axe.
Are you gonna ban the tap dancer term?
Hey, I'm a stupidist, not a racist.
Oh my!
See, hold on. Now you want to ban the N-word? Why?
See?
Oh, it's already done.
It's already banned.
Yep. And I'm listening. Be right back.
But you said it.
God.
Forget it. All right, Ryan. Why do you support tap dancing?
What?
Why do you support tap dancers?
What are you talking about?
Why do you donate to them? Why do you?
And because
I'm saying,
fucking can, dude.
But
I
why?
can do whatever the fuck I want.
I know, but I want to know why.
Goddamn approval, man. You know better.
Are they it's a simple question. Are they entertaining? Is that what?
Maybe.
Do you like what they say?
Maybe.
Do you agree with what they say?
Maybe.
Do you agree on what? Understand some?
Shenard, stop. You know what? Motherfucker, I thought you were
How
cool.
old are you?
You ain't
How
cool.
old are you?
Older than you. You
You in
calm
your
down,
60s?
man. You calm the fuck
No, I'm
down,
saying,
dude.
are you on your 60s?
I don't give a goddamn what you're asking me.
Were you a cop? Were
You
you a
don't get
police
you
officer?
don't get the rap. Stop. Stop.
Were you a police officer?
You don't get to ask me nothing, man. Shenard, calm down. I don't know what your deal is, man.
Did you
It's
feel good
retarded.
when you arrested black people? Pulling them over for
Motherfucker.
bullshit.
Wow.
Are you donating to these black channels to like give back to the shit that you've done in your
Wait, you
past? When you
donate
pulled
to
over
black
black people for no
channels?
reason. No reason.
Motherfucker.
Is my channel not a
Oh, my
black
bad. My
channel,
bad.
Ryan?
Tap dancing
You
channel.
see this shit, man?
My bad.
Stanley?
I meant tap dancing
You
channel.
see this shit?
Ryan, you have got to support black media. I'm going to do my
He,
Roland
Why?
Martin
he doesn't want to answer
Why?
questions, bro. I don't understand.
God
When you
damn
pulled
it.
over, when you
You
saw
ain't none of your goddamn fucking business, man.
when you saw
It's
a
your
black
business
person
when I
driving
stop
with
you.
tinted
Have I
windows and you
stopped you,
decided to pull him
Shenard?
over,
Shenard, have I stopped your fucking
what
ass?
were you looking for?
Shenard, when I
And now
pull your fucking
you're
ass
giving
over, that's
you're
your
giving
business.
you're giving money now to black people,
Oh, you're
supposedly
full of
black people,
shit, man.
Well,
Shut
supposed
up.
to black
essentially,
people.
he
Like,
said, Ryan. Essentially, he's saying is you're making up for your sins.
Yeah,
yeah,
whatever.
he's doing this out of guilt. Do you feel guilty of like all the times you pulled over black
Swear to
people for
God.
some bullshit?
Stanley, hey, if I stop Shenard, his fucking ass will be in jail.
You see,
No
and
questions asked.
that's why you're
See?
giving your money away to all these tap
And he'd be up
dancers.
there crying. Oh my God. Oh,
You feel
the
this is
white
guilt.
man did
You
this.
feel
Stupid idiot.
guilt
Shut up.
has a
Just shut
cost.
up.
It has a cost.
Just shut up. Just shut up,
You've given
man.
these tap dancers hundreds of dollars, hundreds.
And I have it.
Money that you could have
Do you?
saved.
Do you?
You could have saved that shit and given it to your kids if you have children.
Oh, calm
Giving it to your
down.
family. And
Calm
you're giving it
down.
to tap dancers.
Calm down.
You're giving it to tap dancers. You should be saving this shit.
So, and
Oh, because the government is, you have a pension or some shit?
and why don't you calm down, man?
Wasting taxpayer money, taxpayer funds on tap dancers.
See,
You're wasting my tax money on tap dancers.
no, it's mine.
While you sit on your ass and watch this shit every single day and give them money.
You know what? I should have locked you up years ago.
That's how you made your bread.
Yeah, I work for it.
It's like you're giving it back to these tap dancers.
And
Because
calm down.
Damn,
you're
these
speaking
are
vicariously through them.
Calm down.
Instead of you
these are
coming
some,
on these pounds and saying
You
what you
see
really
this
have to
shit,
say,
Stanley?
you support
hey,
them for
these
what
are
they
some
say.
serious
You see this shit,
accusations. You know, you were talking about defending yourself.
Motherfucker.
Now's a good
Weird.
time.
That's fucking weird.
It's not
It's
weird, though.
interesting, though. It's interesting.
It's not weird. This is
Oh,
some
it's
real
weird.
shit right now.
It's fucking weird, dude.
Like, you got to really think, like, why am I supporting these
What?
tap dancers? Why am I giving them my money that I worked so hard for, that I'm getting from the government?
Are you really this retarded, dude?
You know, money isn't real, right? You know, money is not real.
Yeah, it's real to me. I make shit happen.
Really,
I make shit happen with it. Ask anybody.
you support them to prolong their message.
Ain't none of your business. Ain't none of your goddamn business, buddy.
You're part of the problem.
Okay. Well, you make something happen.
Because if you stop giving them money, they stop streaming.
No,
There's
they
no
won't.
incentive to stream and
That's
spread the
wrong.
bullshit.
Bullshit.
And what you're doing is wrong. It's not bullshit.
No, I would I need to run and put some clothes in the dryer, but I am listening. You know, I got earbuds. But Shenard, you're on thin ice with this argument. You do realize this, right?
Bro, you don't gotta say nothing. Just do what
Okay,
you gotta do, man.
no, you're on thin ice. Good luck.
I appreciate that.
Oh, by the way, no, I
Shenard,
don't,
I'll
I
leave,
don't
man.
make.
I get it. I know.
Hold
No, don't leave, bro. Don't leave.
Hold on.
Don't leave.
Hold on. Not with
I'm
me,
gonna soften up my
Shenard.
tone. I'm gonna switch up the
Okay, I
question.
need you, Shenard. I don't have a problem. I don't mean thin ice with me. I
This
mean
tap dancer will stop talking.
Okay, Shenard, you're on thin ice with your logic. I'm enjoying this.
You don't
You're not
understand my
on thin-
logic. You're not on my level.
Okay, bitch, enough. You're not on thin ice
All
with
right.
me. Your argument is on thin ice. I'm sorry you have a problem with English and comprehension of it. But please continue.
Yeah, this dude, man. All right. You know, these tap dancers, Ryan, they spread a lot of bullshit that can damage minds, especially if like a black kid is listening, he doesn't know what he's listening to, and takes the shit that they say as like the way of life. You know, these channels will not survive if it weren't for people like you and the other tap dancers that donate to these channels. Like I can understand, like if you were to see like a let me ask you this: is there such a thing as a tap dancing white? Or a white tap dancer? Pretty much the opposite of a black tap dancer. You see, and this is the problem with the whites like this. You know, I already exposed Imperius yesterday. They only surround them. They only come into these spaces to play it like it's like a ping pong game with you stupid tap dancers. You know, they will agree on certain things, but disagree on other things. They're not gonna really speak how they feel because they're afraid of how you would look at them. You know, and it's wild. It's really wild when you think about it. Ron, are you there? I know you can hear me. I know it seems like you can't answer questions. You
Hey,
get
Ryan, if you're responding, we can't hear you. And Shenard, just out of curiosity, while we wait for Ryan to fix his audio issues, he might have gone to the
no,
head
you're
or
not
something.
fixing it. He doesn't have to fix anything.
Okay, how much money do you think I've gotten from Ryan or Imperius? Any
He sent you
estimates?
some bread to kick me off?
They have literally never contributed a dime. Between the two of them, zero.
Yeah, but
So,
why do you think that is?
okay, bitch, I'm talking.
Because you're not monetized.
Okay, I have a Cash App, dummy. They're probably smart enough to figure it out. My point is, if they support tap dancers, am I a tap dancer? That's my question to you. See, I told you your argument is on thin ice, and I can pick it apart at any point because you're not good at this. Now, the question when I bring you up is Stanley a tap dancer?
Oh, someone said my mic is low. Give me a second.
Motherfucker, I don't care. I can hear you.
Mic check, mic check. All right.
You're still here.
Now, what were you saying? Repeat that question.
Oh, motherfucker, you didn't hear me? So your audio totally went down. Is that correct?
Someone in the chat said that my mic is too low. It's fuzzy or
I don't
something
give a
like that.
fuck what someone in the chat said. You should be
So I
paying
went into
attention
settings
to,
and I tried to
you
fix
should
it
be
as you were
paying
asking me the
attention.
question, and I
So
forgot what you
your
said. So I asked you, can you repeat your question?
you couldn't hear me. So you were fixing your mic volume, but you couldn't hear me. It was like a total audio failure.
Yeah, I can't really multitask. I gotta like do one thing at a time. So I didn't
Why
hear you
can't you
while I was doing that.
multitask? That is okay.
Because I'm not a
Well,
woman
you
like
know
you.
what? I'll just help you out.
In fact, you're mad slow.
You're
You can't even
okay,
think. The way
bitch.
you
I will
think is
put
slow.
you, hey, motherfucker. You need to motherfucking stay in the back because you get all in your feelings. Ryan and Imperious, between the two of them, have contributed 0 to my channel. You say they support tap dancers. My question to you is, am I a tap dancer if I don't get funds from your two accused tap dancer supporting people?
Well, let's ask Ryan. Does he have a cash app?
Motherfucker, I asked you, you respond to me. Ryan has nothing to do with it. See, you can't do man to man, can you? You have to pick on Ryan. Motherfucker, don't be the world. I asked you the question. You treat me like a man and answer my question.
Stanley, how old
to
are you?
Me.
How old are you?
Motherfucker, your question should be, how shitty is your argument? You know how old I am, motherfucker.
Were you in IEP classes?
I am literally sorry that you don't understand English. You can't construct an effective argument that fits your horrible racist ideas. But
When did I bring that up?
Dude,
was that just something that floated in your mind or something?
All you've talked about is black and white.
When did I bring up anything about cash apps and them sending?
Bitch, you were talking about Ryan, saying Ryan and Imperious only support tap dancers. And then my question to you was, both Ryan and Imperious have been up to my panel, but they have never sent me a cent in support, which is fine. Does that make me a tap dancer? Well, I'm sorry. Does it basically mean I'm not a tap dancer? Bitch, it's simple logic. I presented you a linear argument. Stop trying to avoid the question. It's annoying.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you're a tap dancer, but you still are a tap dancer.
Good. That's all. See how simple that was? So, Ryan, you still there? Maybe he passed out. He was drinking a bunch of Corona.
But why would Ryan be on your panel if you weren't a tap dancer?
Well, maybe because he enjoys talking to me.
Well, because he likes surrounding himself with tap dancers and supporting them.
Well,
I'm pretty sure if he had a cash app, he would send you some bread.
Bitch, dude, if you look at the scroll at the bottom of the screen, it says Cash App.
Yeah, so ask him if he can send you a cash app.
Motherfucker, why would I ask him? Dude,
it was obvious you're begging right now. You're low key begging.
The only thing
this had nothing to do with you.
Begging, the only thing, well, then, motherfucker, how could it
talking
not
to
have
Ryan?
How could it
you
not
butted in.
have anything? Bitch, see, again, you don't understand arguments. You don't understand English and how it works. How could it not have anything to do with me when you're on my goddamn show, you moron? Of course, it's got everything to do with me. You're on Stanley versus the world, not Ryan versus the world. Any other dumb shit you need to talk about? Well, Ryan's silent and you are silent. I take that as
because he doesn't want to answer questions, bro. Why don't you ask him why he doesn't want to answer questions?
No, motherfucker. He's a free man. If he's busy,
if he's a free man, let him speak for himself.
Motherfucker, he might be passed out. Who knows? He's been
he's not.
drinking some
Why
Coronas.
would he? Why would he
course-
be passed out?
Dude, it's
You
Sunday.
thought he was
and
drunk or
he's
some shit?
It's
Oh, it's 'cause he's
Sunday.
retired?
And it's
Oh, it's Sunday?
Sunday, and he is
And
retired.
what else?
He has, dude. I get
Yo, why are
Ryan.
you
quite
tap
frankly.
dancing? Why are you tap dancing?
Motherfucker, I'll be
Why you
tap
doing that?
dancing I will be tap dancing on your grave.
Yeah,
So
How old are you, Stanley? How old are you?
I understand why you fear tap dancers, because they're gonna tap 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 on your fucking headstone.
How old are you?
Old enough.
Tell the audience your age, so we can all know.
Why would I do? The audience knows my age. Everyone who comes around this show regularly knows my age. Maybe you should come around more regularly, and eventually it comes out in my old man stories.
Who's this Zhang Wei clown saying?
He's
you got like some crazy
he
trolls
is
in your
the
chat.
he is I think he's the best troll I got.
Some sick people, people that
only
like to project about
DiCaprio
themselves.
Only
in your chat.
DiCaprio
Sick people.
Only DiCaprio is a better troll. But see, DiCaprio uses his troll abilities for good. Zhang is, he goes back and forth. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not.
Yeah, Brian Nichols. Who else?
Brian
you got a lot
Nichols,
of sick people in your chat, man.
motherfucker. None of these bitches. He's got a wrench. He can't be sick.
And you gave them wrenches and everything.
Yep. And do you want to know why a lot of these people have wrenches? Just out of curiosity.
What is that?
Because they have contributed to the show, and not just monetarily, because I know how you think. Look, if they're talking about something in the chat and I want to oh, hey, that's an interesting topic. Can you send me a link? That's pretty much how you get a wrench. Send me something interesting.
Why'd you
to
give me a
talk
wrench?
About good question. Why did I? I think didn't you contribute something at some point? Or you
I'm on your
for a
panel
wrench.
right now, right?
No, you
I didn't ask for a
asked.
wrench.
You don't need
I
you don't
didn't.
need a wrench. You don't need a wrench.
I never
to be on
asked
the
you for a
panel.
wrench. Don't put that. See, you keep lying. Why you lie so much?
Well, no, you
Why'd
asked
you do
me.
that?
I don't remember. I don't.
I never asked you for a
remember.
wrench. I don't ask people for wrenches, bro. You gave me a wrench
Okay,
just like how you gave everyone else a wrench.
Well, they contributed to the show. Did you?
So you just lied about what you said about them contributing. They just, bro, you gotta listen more than you more than you talk.
Okay,
for real.
bitch, I listen better than just about anyone on YouTube. I also crush dumb arguments.
And why are you calling me a?
Okay, because I think you're a dumb bitch is why. Stop getting in your feelings and defend yourself. Hey, you came up to my panel. I didn't come up to yours. And Ryan has just gone silent, probably because you're here.
Yeah, he's cooked. He's cooked.
Yeah, I don't think he's cooked.
I'm surprised for someone his age. He's up there in age. For someone to like get that shook.
Let me put it to
I'm
you
asking
this way.
simple questions. He can't even
Bardwell-
answer. That's a shame.
If I recall, I took your
It's a
wrench.
big
You
shame,
don't have
man. Big shame.
You don't have a wrench, Shanard.
I think you took it, right?
Yes. Oh no, shit.
Okay,
You know what? I did give it back to you. Do you still want it, or has it expired? I can
Bro,
take it.
if you want to take it, you can take it. If you want to leave it, leave it. I don't care.
Okay, well, let me put it to you this way. The best way to keep your wrench is stop talking shit about the host. Prove your argument.
Oh, you're that
I don't have
really
a
that
problem.
sensitive?
I do not have a problem with people critiquing or even criticizing me, but you come up here with some bullshit, dude. You're not gonna win my admiration. It's a weak argument. Even the bullshit that you were trying to talk to Ryan, dude, I have my criticisms of Ryan, but he's a respectable dude. He's done more for this country than you have.
How's he respectable? How's he? Oh, because how's he respectable?
Yes, motherfucker. He's defended his country. What have
For how
you
many
done?
years? How many years?
Who gives a fuck? He did it.
How many years have you defended this country?
Who gives a fuck? I did it. How many
4
years
years.
did
I think you
de-
said like
how
4
many,
years, right?
How many years did you defend the country, Shenard?
You only went in for a check.
Okay, hey,
A small little
bitch.
check.
I asked
You
you
didn't
a
even
question.
retire.
Answer. Okay, enough. The question is, Ryan did it. I did it. Did you do it?
Nah.
Okay, then you literally should not talk about another man's
I'm not a
service to this
scam
country.
artist like y'all.
Okay, bitch. You are not in a position to fucking talk about any service to this country. You are in service to your lackluster intellect.
What are you defending? What did you thought you were
I'm not.
defending when you joined the military?
I'm not. I'm literally your. I'm defending your right to sound stupid.
You know,
Any other dumb
a
questions?
powerful nation that wages war with like smaller nations, those that don't have a lot of resources. I think in the Bible it says something about that, like fighting
Fuck the
for
Bible. What does the Bible have to do with this?
a country that is like the
Did
main
you hear what I
instigator
just
in
said?
war,
What does the
versus
Bible
a
have to
country
do with
that
this?
fights
Fuck
to defend
that
themselves from
dumb
countries like.
Fuck that dumb
And
interpretation.
you only
of the
went in
Bible.
for a paycheck. You only
Nah,
went in for a paycheck.
I had a job when I went in, sir.
One of the most powerful countries in the world.
See, you can't hear what I said. No, I did. I'd have made more money
Attacking
outside the
smaller
Navy.
countries.
Literally, you can't accept the truth. What is it with you? What is it with you malformed? Dude, you're malformed.
When the same president and his father had a hand
King Shenard.
in the same countries that they try to attack.
King Shenard. Did you have a happy
They knew
childhood?
Bin Laden's family. They had business dealings with them.
Did you have a
And they
happy
sent clowns
childhood?
like you to
Okay,
fight their
bitch,
war.
You are literally over talking the host, and I won't have that. My question to you, sir, which you must answer before you talk on another topic. Did you have a happy childhood? Yep, of course he left. The heat was too hot, bitches. Ryan, are you around? Anyway, I will take up your invitation, King Pix, and run over to T's channel. Listen to the conversation. It may be something that I listen to or may not. I see Speak Radio's up there, so it ought to be interesting. So, look, I appreciate everyone who took the time to be bored to sleep like Ryan is right now. His shit was so boring. But, it's a Sunday and, it is a day of rest. So I understand why Ryan needs his old man nap. So I'm heading over to T's show. I will drop the link. Genesis is on too, but I have an engraved invitation from King Pix over to T's channel. So we'll check it out. And I'll drop her link if anybody wants to head over there. Most of the folks in this chat probably already know where T is, to be honest. But I'll drop it anyway. And Ryan Bardwell, I always enjoy, the I don't know, Ryan's a cool guy. So clip that too, Yeti. I will see y'all later.